Hello and welcome to Tired Thinker, a place where ideas stroll instead of sprint, and thoughts have space to breathe. Tonight, we're lingering with something old, unseen, and endlessly steady: gravity. It's the quiet pull that keeps you grounded, lifts the sea into tides, and draws stars into their slow, luminous gatherings. You don't often feel it, yet it shapes almost everything: the turning of planets, the rise and fall of your breath, the weight you carry in your bones, and even the gentle curve of your thoughts. Before we wander further into this patient force, I'm curious, where are you in the world right now, and what hour is it in your patch of the sky? It's a strange thing, isn't it, to speak of gravity while we're scattered across the planet, all of us anchored softly in place, and in a way anchored to each other. If these slow explorations help you settle, or if you're here to rest your mind after a long day, you're welcome to like the video or quietly subscribe. It helps this little corner find others who might need a gentle pause too. Now, let's begin. You open your eyes to a bright room. You feel the sheets, hear a fan, reach for your phone, a text from a friend appears. You rise, make tea, and talk about plans. Then the alarm rings. You wake in your bed. The first scene felt solid, yet it was a dream. If a dream can match waking life, what can you be sure of now? This is the dream argument, made famous by Descartes. If you can't rule out dreaming, you can't be certain about the world. The target is absolute certainty. No chance of error, not everyday confidence. It forces a choice: accept less than strict certainty, or limit what you claim to know. Some things survive this test. You can be sure you're having an experience now. Doubting that is itself an experience. Descartes made the point in "I think, I am." You can also be certain of what appears to you: light, sound, sensation. This is sometimes called knowledge of appearances. Logic and simple math hold, dream or not. All squares have four sides. 2 + 2 is 4. Dreams can mimic mistakes, but they can't make these rules false. So two anchors remain: your conscious experience and basic rules of thought. Still, this feels thin. You want to know if the stove is off or the bank account has funds. Here the problem shifts from logic to risk. In practice, we act without absolute proof. Surgeons and pilots use reliable checks, not perfection. Fallibilism holds that knowledge can allow for possible error if the grounds are strong. Some reject the argument outright. The Moran reply says, "I know I have hands, so I must not be dreaming." It leans on common sense, though it doesn't give strict proof. Others use dream tests. Lucid dreamers read a line of text twice, try a light switch, or count their fingers. Waking life offers longer-term checks. Memories link over days, objects stay put, other people recall the same events. Dreams have weaker ties across time. Bayesian thinking frames it differently. Most of your life is spent awake, so the base chance you're dreaming at noon is low. Add cues, stable text, working devices, shared memories, and the odds drop further, not to certainty, but to practical reliability. If you demand the absolute bar, you cannot be certain you're not dreaming. The door stays open a crack, but you can be certain of your conscious state, of logic, and of math, and you can build high confidence in the rest through testing. The hinge of you says some beliefs having a body, an external world, working senses, are fixed starting points. You don't prove them, you rely on them to prove other things. Doubting them too far ends inquiry itself. The safety test in epistemology asks if you'd hold the same belief in nearby situations without it being false. If you dream vividly, "I'm awake," may fail. But it seems there's a white cup here, is safe. Dream or not, it would still seem that way. Skills also survive dreams. Knowing how to ride a bike isn't lost in sleep. Dreams can mimic or block acts, but they don't erase training. A VR headset shows the shape of the problem. You can know the rules of the game you're in, and what moves you've made, even if you can't be sure you're not in VR. Waking life works similarly. You act within the frame, using stable cues to keep your place. Judges and doctors don't have strict certainty. They work toward decisions that match reality with high odds, using records and double checks. They accept small error as risk, not ruin. Even moral claims shift. You can't be sure another's pain is real, but you can be sure you feel care or fear, and that can guide action. It helps to separate seems from is. You can be certain of how things seem, and treat the is side as strong where your checks hold over time. A simple routine can strengthen confidence. Reread text, check a note from yesterday, verify calls on your phone, press on a solid surface. Each link in the chain builds trust and wakefulness. Rich, stable dreams are rare. Most break under pressure. The story jumps, people change, words drift. The dream doubt can't touch the fact of experience, the rules of thought, or your awareness of your own feelings. It can unsettle claims about objects, places, or accounts. You can keep those in a high confidence, not absolute box. You keep living, testing when it matters, adjusting confidence as cues change, and letting a small island of certainty anchor the wider sea you navigate. Picture a person who has worked for years toward a single goal. It could be money, recognition, or the ideal home. They plan, they sacrifice, they move step by step. Then one day they reach it. The account is full, their name is known, the house is built. At first there is a rush. Friends visit, the meals are better, the work days are short or gone. Yet, after some weeks or months, the days flatten, the view stays the same, the food tastes familiar. The person begins to notice an absence, not of things, but of drive. This is the death of desire. Desire depends on a gap between what you have and what you want. The gap pulls you forward. It makes the mind reach and the body act. Without the gap, there is no pull. If you can have what you want at any moment, the want does not form. The mind skips the longing stage and goes straight to having. At first that feels like freedom. You no longer struggle, then you find that the same lack of struggle means a lack of movement. The days start to run together. Think about hunger. It builds when you have not eaten. The first bite tastes rich because it meets the hunger. If you are full all the time, food loses its charge. You can still eat, you can still say something tastes good, but the pleasure fades without the return of want. The same holds for other desires. Rest feels good after strain. Warmth feels good after cold. Without the contrast, the feeling is thin. Some people meet this when they inherit wealth or sell a company. They buy what they once saw as marks of success. The first week is a string of purchases. The second week slows. By the third month, shopping is routine. The rare has turned into the normal. The same happens in relationships. A long courtship fills with plans and hopes. Once the union is set and the daily life is fixed, the chase is gone. For some, the bond grows deeper. For others, the loss of pursuit dulls the link. This is not only about material goods. The same pattern shows in creative work. A writer might dream of winning a major award. The day it comes, they feel they have arrived. The next morning they face the blank page and find the spark dim. Without a new aim, the skill feels heavy. The same can happen to athletes after a championship. The months of training, the focus on the event, all point to one night. When it is done, the body rests but the mind drifts. They may take months to find a new source of push. Desire often renews itself by shifting. You reach one goal and set another. This is how most people avoid the full death of desire. The danger comes when you can meet every new want at once. If you can buy the next thing without delay, or meet the next person without effort, or reach the next place without planning, the cycle breaks. The wait, the saving, the small failures that make success sweet, all vanish. You can still choose, but the choice no longer feels urgent. Some thinkers have framed this as the hedonic treadmill. The term points to the way humans return to a baseline of mood. No matter the rise or drop in their state, you adapt to gains. What once thrilled you becomes your floor. If you keep running after the next gain, the treadmill moves but you stay in place. When you step off, When you have no higher to go, you may feel stillness not as peace but as lack. Consider a small version of this in everyday life. You discover a new song and play it often. At first it lifts your mood each time. After a week, the lift is smaller. After a month, the song is just one among many. You might even skip it when it comes on. The song did not change. You did. Your mind stored it, filed it, and now treats it as known. The edge of novelty is gone. Scale that up to every part of your life, and you can see how having all you want can turn the world bland. Some people try to guard against this by holding back. They do not buy the best they can afford. They leave some goals unmet on purpose. They may call this discipline or restraint. In truth, it is a way to keep desire alive. If you have the means to cross the gap, but choose to stay on one side, the want survives. You can look at the thing, think of it, and feel the pull. The same works with experiences. You could travel anywhere, but you save some trips for later. You could eat the rare fruit each day, but you wait for the right season. You stretch the distance between having and wanting. Others reset their aims in areas where instant access is not possible. You cannot buy skill in a craft. You cannot rush mastery in music or sport. You have to put in time, and time brings struggle. Even if you own the best tools, the act of learning sets limits that money or status cannot erase. This gives you a fresh gap to cross. It is why some wealthy people turn to art, extreme sports, or study. They seek a place where effort still matters. The death of desire also ties to identity. Much of how you see yourself comes from the things you want and the way you work for them. If you remove that, you face a blank. Who are you without the next goal? Some handle this by shifting to giving rather than getting. They mentor, teach, or build for others. The work for someone else's gain can restore the sense of push. You create a new gap, but now it is between another person's present and future. A more private way to keep desire is through curiosity. Facts and ideas have no limit. You can know more about the stars, the deep sea, or the cells in your body. The act of learning never ends, so the gap is always there. Even if you can buy books or hire tutors at will, the time and thought needed to grasp a subject creates space for wanting. This form of desire is not about lack in your life, but about the mind's pull toward the unknown. There is a danger in thinking that you can control desire fully. It is part of how your mind works. You can feed it or starve it, but it shifts on its own. You may not notice when it starts to fade. It can slip out quietly while you are still busy. One day you wake and see that nothing calls to you. That is when the death of desire feels most clear. The world is not worse. You are not in pain, but there is no slope to climb, and without the slope there is no reason to climb. This can happen in small cycles. After a long week of work, you spend the weekend in rest. By Sunday night, you feel ready to go again. The gap is small, so the desire comes back fast. In the larger cycle, the gap can be gone for years if you do not tend to it. People in long careers sometimes hit this point in midlife. They have the role, the pay, the home, and the routines. They have reached what they once set out for. Now they have to choose whether to build a new gap or drift in place. Some try to spark desire with risk. They take on challenges that could fail in public view. The risk sharpens the want. If the thing matters and you could lose, your body and mind align toward it. This works, but it has a cost. You may face real loss. Others look for novelty instead. They seek new scenes, new foods, new faces. This can keep the mind alert, but novelty fades fast if you can reach it at any time. You can see the shape of the problem in children who grow up with constant access to toys, games, and trips. At first they seem lucky, but many lose interest fast and move from one thing to the next without depth. They do not feel the long want for a rare gift, so they do not learn the pleasure of its arrival. As adults, they may have to learn that skill from scratch. The death of desire is not always sudden. It can be a slow drift. Each new gain trims a little more from the gap. If you do not watch, you can wake to find that the drive you thought was part of you is gone. The same traits that made you seek and strive now lie idle. You may even remember the chase with more joy than the prize. That memory can be a clue. It can point you back toward the need for something ahead of you that you cannot reach yet. Start with a plain scene. You open a box, look inside, and find no coin. You say, "There is nothing in the box." You did not find an object called nothing. You reported an absence. The sentence points to the box and denies that any coin, bill, or token is among its contents. The puzzle begins when we treat nothing as a name and then ask where that named thing exists. Language lets us talk about what is not there. We say, "The room is empty," or "There are no apples left." These lines do not add new entities. They remove candidates. Logic makes this clear. "There are no apples in the bowl" rewrites, "As for everything in the bowl, that thing is not an apple." The word nothing helps us negate and quantify. It is not a label for a strange object. Consider, nothing is heavier than lead. It sounds like a claim about a giant called nothing. Read it as, no thing is heavier than lead. Grammar tempts us to treat nothing as a subject. Logic shows it functions like no, plus a silent thing. A harder case is negative existence claims. Pegasus does not exist, looks like it refers to Pegasus. If there is no target, what is the sentence about? One answer, tied to Russell, treats the name as a hidden description. There is no winged horse owned by Bellerophon. The sentence denies that any creature meets a set of traits. We do not need a ghostly horse to make the claim meaningful. Think about holes. A donut has a hole. Is the hole a thing? We can measure it and name it, yet it is an absence with a shape. We talk as if it were an object, because it helps us track the pastry. The same holds for shadows, silences, and gaps. You can hear a pause in music. You can stand in the shade. You can frame an empty space. Absences guide action without becoming items in our inventory. Math sharpens the idea. The empty set has no members. We prove facts with it. The number 0 marks a count of none. 0 and the empty set exist inside a formal system. They are not marbles in a jar. They codify the way we talk about lack and let us calculate with it. When you owe nothing, your account shows 0. The ledger states an absence in a precise way. Physics adds a twist. People say the universe came from nothing, but nothing in modern physics is not a bare void. A vacuum state in field theory is the lowest energy arrangement of fields spread across space. It has structure and can fluctuate. Brief particle pairs can appear and vanish. That is not nothing in the strict sense of no space, no time, no laws. It is a special something. If you want strict nothing, physics stays silent because its tools presuppose a framework. We also use nothing to mark value rather than being. This trophy means nothing to me now. The speaker does not deny the trophy exists. They deny that it matters. One word, different roles. In each role we face a gap, in contents, in number, in rules, or in care. A key tool is the use mentioned split. Nothing is in the box uses the word to deny contents. The word nothing has 7 letters, mentions the word. The second line talks about ink and sound, not about absence. This explains why we can discuss nothing without turning it into a thing. Often we are talking about talk. A common pushback says, but you are still talking about something. Meet it with a map of levels. At level 1 we talk about chairs, trees, and coins. At level 2, we talk about our talk. We use words like nothing, and not, and if to build claims. These tools belong to level 2. They help us manage level 1. When we speak about nothing, we work at level 2. Computer science makes this concrete with null values. A variable can hold a number, or it can hold null, which means no number is stored. Null is a marker for lack. The marker is a value in the machine, but it does not conjure the missing record. It lets the program branch. If value do this, if null do that. We use the marker to test and debug. We do not mistake it for a hidden object. Now try a few everyday cases. You open your wallet and see only receipts. I have nothing. You tell a friend who asked for cash. You mean I have no money with me. You scan a shelf for a book and fail. Nothing by that author, you tell the clerk. You mean no copy meets the search. The phrase is short and keeps the focus on the aim. Could there have been nothing at all? We can form the words, but the idea strains. To say there could have been nothing, we use modal terms like could be and possible world. Those terms come from a system for comparing ways things might be. If you remove all things, you may also remove that system. The thought risks cancelling itself, yet the exercise still teaches. Our grip on nothing rests on contrast. We learn the meaning by seeing what the word removes. Scope matters. A stage goes dark between scenes. We say nothing is happening, while crew members change sets. The line filters out backstage work. At the scale of the story, nothing occurs. At the scale of the building, much occurs. Without a clear scope, nothing lacks a target and turns slippery. We can now say how the word does its work. Nothing plays several roles. It acts as a quantifier that denies instances. It names an empty set and a count of zero inside math. It marks a null in code. It sets thresholds of interest in speech. In each role, it helps us manage gaps. The gaps are real features of our plans, rules, and measures. Talking about them does not turn them into objects. It lets us steer action and inference with care. A simple habit helps. When you hear or say nothing, ask what domain is in play. Space in a box, members of a set, particles in a field mode, items in a store, values in a database, meanings in a life. Once the domain is clear, the paradox fades. You see that nothing is not a rival to something. It is the sign we use at the boundary where things stop, a clean mark that says, here the count ends, here the list runs out, here the light fades to black. It starts like this. You want something so badly it feels like oxygen. It can be a career, a relationship, a lifestyle, or even a place you imagine living. You think about it when you wake up and when you go to bed. Every action you take is shaped by that picture in your mind. You work late nights. You make sacrifices. You say no to other things because you believe the goal will be worth it. You tell yourself the discomfort is temporary. In those early days, the dream was pure. You imagine what it will feel like to reach it. You see yourself in a certain role, living a certain way, and you like that person. You assume the person you are now and the person you will become are the same at the core, just with better circumstances. This is where the trap begins, though you can't see it yet. The dream starts shaping you in ways you don't notice. The pursuit changes your habits. You learn new skills, but you also learn to tolerate different things. Maybe you get better at dealing with stress, but you also get more comfortable living in constant stress. You stop talking to people who don't understand your ambition. You narrow your world to what helps you reach the goal. At the moment, this feels smart. You tell yourself it's focus. What's happening is that you are becoming someone who might not care about the same things you did when you started. Imagine someone who dreams of becoming a famous musician. At the start, they play guitar for the joy of it. They picture themselves on stage, pouring emotion into a song. They think about connecting with people through music. That's the dream. But to get there, they need to network, brand themselves, keep up a public image, tour constantly, and negotiate contracts. They learn to manage a team. They learn to market. They spend more time on logistics than songwriting. By the time they get the big record deal, they are skilled at business, tired of constant travel, and surrounded by people they barely trust. They have become a different person from the one who sat in their bedroom strumming chords. The dream of playing for joy no longer fits who they are. The change isn't always negative. In some cases, the person you become is stronger, more capable, and more confident. But it's still different. The act of achieving reshapes you. You gain discipline, but you also lose parts of yourself that don't serve the pursuit. You may even lose the original feelings that made the dream worth chasing. When you finally arrive, you realize you no longer want it in the way you once did. You wanted it as the old you. The new you feels differently. This is the dilemma. Achieving a dream often means outgrowing it in the process. The timeline makes it almost unavoidable. The years it takes to get there are the same years you spend changing. You're not standing still while the dream stays fixed in place. Both you and the dream evolve, but rarely in sync. By the time you can hold it in your hands, the meaning has shifted. Consider the person who wants to be a doctor. As a teenager, they imagine saving lives and helping people every day. That image pushes them through years of study, exams and debt. Along the way, they learn the medical system is full of bureaucracy. They see how insurance companies dictate treatment. They learn that hospital politics can limit patient care. By the time they are in a position to save lives, their daily work looks less like the image they carried, and more like managing schedules, filing reports, and handling pressure from administrators. They are still helping people, but not in the romanticized way that fueled their effort in the beginning. Their younger self's dream and their current self's reality do not match. This isn't only about careers. Take relationships. Someone dreams of finding the perfect partner. They imagine deep conversations, mutual respect, and shared adventures. They date, compromise, and learn more about themselves. Over time, their priorities change. By the time they meet someone who fits their old idea of perfect, they no longer want that version of perfect. The qualities they once thought were essential now feel less important, or even exhausting. They built themselves into someone who values different things. The old dream is irrelevant. Sometimes the change is subtle. You don't wake up one morning and realize you've stopped wanting the goal. Instead, you hit milestones and feel less excitement than you expected. The reward doesn't land the way it used to in your imagination. The version of yourself who dreamed of this would have been thrilled. The current version feels detached, maybe even empty. You start looking for the next thing without pausing to enjoy what you've achieved. The problem is not ambition itself. Ambition will always require growth, and growth changes who you are. The problem is assuming that the dream you start with will still be the right one when you're finished changing. We talk about staying true to your dream, as if the dream is permanent, but it's just a snapshot of what mattered to you at one point in time. If you cling to that snapshot without updating it, you risk working for something that no longer fits you. People rarely notice this while they're in the middle of the climb. The work keeps them busy. They are too focused on the next step to question whether the staircase still leads somewhere they want to go. It's only when they reach a plateau or the summit that they have the space to look around and ask if this is what they actually wanted. Sometimes the answer is yes, but often it's not. This can create a quiet crisis. From the outside it looks like success. You got what you wanted. People congratulate you. But inside, you feel a gap between what you expected and what you feel. The gap can lead to restlessness, boredom, or even resentment toward the very thing you worked so hard to get. That's why you see people walk away from careers or lifestyles others envy. They're not ungrateful. They're simply no longer the person who made that old promise to themselves. It's like training for years to run a marathon. At the start you imagine the finish line, the medal, the cheers. The months of training make you fitter, but they also make you see running differently. You learn you like shorter, faster races, or you realize you enjoy trail running more than road races. By the time you cross the marathon finish line, you've already decided you won't run another one. The original dream got you moving, but it was never meant to be permanent. What makes this tricky is that we're told to stick with our dreams no matter what. Changing them is seen as giving up. In reality, it's often a sign of growth. The danger is in not noticing the shift soon enough. You can spend years building towards something that no longer fits, then feel trapped by your own investment. People stay in careers, relationships, or lifestyles, not because they still want them, but because they don't want to admit their dream has expired. The success dilemma is not a failure of planning or discipline. It's a natural result of long-term effort. Any goal that takes years will require you to become someone new. The question is whether you're checking in often enough to see if the new version of you still wants the same thing. If you don't, you risk winning a game you no longer want to play. It starts when you notice yourself. You hear your own voice in your head. You watch your breath. You feel your shoulders rise. You see the way you speak to a friend, You catch a habit in the act. In that moment, the thing you notice is no longer the same. The breath changes, the voice shifts, the habit pauses. You show up as a watcher, and the watched thing shifts. The moment you become aware, the old self slips out of frame. A new self takes the stage. Think about a camera in a room. People chat in a loose way, bring out the camera, and the talk changes. Faces turn, posture tightens, jokes land with less ease. The device only watched, yet the act of watching changed the scene. Attention works like that inside you. When your mind turns its beam on a thought or feeling, it doesn't stay still. You see this in the body. Try to walk smoothly while you think about each footstep. Your gait turns stiff. You've moved from automatic to conscious control. Neuroscience calls this shifting from the basal ganglia to the prefrontal cortex. Helpful in learning, but it proves the point. The self that walks while watched is not the same one that walks freely. Now look at the mood. You wake with a blue fog. You name it. Sadness. Naming gives you space. You take a breath, call a friend, walk outside. The act of naming changed the state. This is metacognition, thinking about thinking. Once a thought becomes an object, you can act on it. The watcher self is not the same as the one that felt swallowed 5 minutes ago. A coder knows this. You ship a feature, users hit a bug, you turn on debug mode. Logs print each step. Once you watch, the state changes. You never see the code the same way. Life works like that. Awareness is your debug mode. Turn it on, and you change the run. A runner watches a video of her stride before she runs on feel. After she sees a knee cave, she cues glute and shifts cadence. Her brain lays down new motor plans. The runner before and after the tape are not the same athlete. This shows up in love and work. A couple sits with a therapist. The therapist names a pattern, pursue and withdraw. In the next fight, both notice the old steps. The pursuer holds back. The withdraw stays. Their bond changes shape. The old pair no longer exists. A manager gets a 360 review. She learns her quiet face reads as cold. She thought it read as calm. She changes how she listens, adds small signals of warmth. Trust grows. She didn't just gain a skill, she became a different presence. Look at social media. Before filming, your day moves in flow. Once you record, you tilt the plate, adjust your tone. You're both actor and director. The self that lives while watched by a lens is shaped by the lens. Mindfulness shows the same truth. You sit, watch the breath. Thoughts rise. You label them: planning, memory, fear. The act of noting loosens them. The act that grabs each thought fades. Some call this moving from the narrative self to the experiential self. When you stand up, you're not quite the same as when you sat down. Schemas make this visible. A student sees herself as bad at math. A tutor shows her she rushes the last step. She slows down, gets more answers right. The schema cracks. She is no longer the same learner. Self-watch can turn harsh. Constant scan mode makes every move feel wrong. Performance falls. Musicians call it choking. Coaches say trust the reps. You need moments without the watcher on high alert. Too little awareness, you sleepwalk. Too much, you freeze. Consider food tracking. A person weighs rice, logs oil, learns where fat hides. Intake and taste shift. Hunger cues reset. The eater after a month of tracking is not the eater from before. Parents see it. A child builds with blocks. A parent says, "Show me your tower." The child turns to the lens. Play shifts from open build to perform build. The act of being watched changes the act itself. Writers live it. A raw first draft flows, then you read it aloud, and a reader enters your head. The rewrite is for that reader. The self who wrote the draft is gone. Science offers a parallel in the observer effect. When you measure, you touch. When you touch, you change. Awareness is your instrument. It changes what it observes. Therapy uses this. In CBT, you track thoughts and label distortions. Logging weakens old patterns. Over time, synapses rewire. The person who can spot a distortion is not the one who swallowed it whole. Faith works the same way. A person kneels to pray. They name pride or guilt. Naming changes their next act. The actor prayer is not the actor from 10 minutes before. Groups shift with shared awareness. A team learns the bystander effect. The next time one says, "I'm the one," the culture changes. The old norm dies. Identity theory calls it self-discrepancy, actual, ideal, and ought selves. See the gap, feel discomfort, face it with care, and you close or reframe it. Either way, you've changed. Memory twists it further. Recall a moment, and you rewrite it. Each act of remembering produces a new file. The me that lives on it belongs to the new version. Art works this way. A painter decides to see the red. The blue recedes. Strokes follow the new vision. Your life follows what you choose to see. You can feel it in a drill. Sit, feet on floor. Count 5 breaths. Look at your hands closely. Stand and walk to a door with the same attention. Your gait changes. The self who sat is not the self who walks. Career changes show it. A nurse moves into triage. She now scans patients, sets priorities, spots bias, builds checklists. She isn't just the same nurse with a new job. She's a different mind. Even humor shows it. You tell a joke. People see you as the funny one. You sharpen timing, study beats. You're no longer a loose wit. You're a craft comic. Awareness can also tighten you up. A child thinking I must be brave in a game may freeze. A coach says, notice your breath. Focus on one cue. The narrowed awareness frees them. Pilots do this with checklists, binding attention to the right place at the right time. Language matters. Words shape fog. Anxiety feels like a blur. Call it threat response, and you can act. Scan the body. Lengthen the exhale. Drop your shoulders. The state changes. The person who began in nameless heat is gone. Some avoid looking at themselves. If I don't think about it, it will pass. Sometimes it does, but growth stays random. Better to use awareness like a dial. Up to learn, down to perform. Stay curious, not harsh. End each day with 3 questions. What did I feel? What did I do? What will I try? Write them down. Over time, the act of noticing builds a guide inside you. That guide is you, but a new you, one you couldn't meet before you looked. It begins with the fact that you live inside reality and can never step outside it to check if it is real. You can measure and compare parts of it, but all the tools you use come from the same place you are testing. You cannot climb out of the frame to see the whole picture. You can only define reality from within it, so any proof you seek will loop back to where you started. It is like measuring a ruler with itself. You can see the marks line up, but that does not prove they match an outside standard, only that the ruler is consistent with itself. Any concept you use, any law you cite, is part of the reality you are trying to define. You check it against itself, and the answer will always fit the same system it came from. Philosophy calls this a self-referential problem. It shows up in logic, math, and language. The liar paradox is a small example. This sentence is false. If it is true, it is false. If false, it is true. It evaluates itself from inside itself. Asking if reality is real does the same thing. The only evidence we can gather is made of the very stuff in question. Picture someone born in a perfect simulation. Everything they see, hear, and touch comes from the system running it. They study physics, build telescopes, explore their universe. Every measurement matches the rules of the simulation. They could live without ever knowing if anything lies beyond. Even if they suspect, no tool they use would be free of the simulation. We are in the same position. If there is an outside to our reality, any clue we find is still processed from the inside. The brain adds another layer. All perception is mediated. Light hits the eye, signals pass to the brain, and the brain builds a model of the world. You never see photons directly. You see the brain's interpretation. The same holds for sound, touch, taste, and smell. Reality is already a constructed image in the mind. If this model is your only interface, you cannot compare it to an unfiltered version. The loop closes before you even start asking. Science thrives inside the loop. It maps patterns, makes predictions, builds machines that work. GPS satellites, for example, require relativity to stay accurate, and when we apply it, the maps line up. This shows the model is effective, but effectiveness is not proof of ultimate reality. A video game character could discover that gravity in their world always acts the same and build devices to use it. That would not prove the game's world is real, in any deeper sense, only that its rules are consistent. Dreams offer a smaller version of the loop. Inside a dream, things feel real until you wake. You can run, taste, and reason about the dream's physics. But that logic has no reach beyond it. When you wake, you see the dream's world was a subset of a larger one. In waking life, there is no confirmed larger state to wake into. We could already be in the equivalent of a dream without an alarm to prove it. Language makes the loop tighter. Every definition is built with other words, which are defined by still more words. A dictionary is a web of cross-references. There is no word outside the system to anchor the rest. Reality works the same way for knowledge. Every fact depends on other facts, all inside the same frame. There is no external dictionary to check. Some philosophers try to break the loop by finding something undeniable. Descartes said, "I think, therefore I am." Doubting your own existence still requires someone to do the doubting. That might give certainty about the I, but the rest of reality remains in the loop. You can be sure you exist in some form, but not of the nature of the place you exist in. Others suggest coherence is enough. If a system explains all observations without contradiction, we can treat it as real. Pilots trust instruments because they keep planes in the air, not because they can prove the laws of physics exist outside perception. But coherence is still internal proof. It depends on the logic and experience we already accept. Think of a mirror maze. Every reflection is consistent with the others. You can navigate by them, but all the images come from within the same hall of mirrors. From inside, you cannot tell how the building looks from outside, or if there even is an outside. Defining reality from within itself works the same way. The loop appears in mathematics too. Gödel's incompleteness theorems show that any formal system complex enough for arithmetic will contain truths it cannot prove within itself. No system can be both complete and self-verifying. To prove everything, you'd need to step outside. But if reality is the only system we have, there is no such step. The simulation argument uses the loop as part of its case. If we can create simulations indistinguishable from reality, odds suggest we might already be in one. But even if true, the outside running it would still have its own reality loop. The question just moves up a level. You still cannot step outside all of it. Try a thought exercise. Suppose you receive flawless proof you are in a simulation, math, physics, and direct evidence. You believe it. But the proof is still part of the simulation. The rules you trust, the senses you use, the belief you form, they all come from inside. You have learned something about the structure, but you still have no view from outside it. Religious and metaphysical claims face the same limit. If someone says reality is created by a higher being, the claim is still processed through your mind, using categories you already have. The idea of a creator, the meaning of existence, the notion of cause, all are formed within the same reality you question. Whether the claim is true or false, it cannot escape the loop. Some turn to direct experience to try to break it. Meditation or psychedelics can change how reality feels. People report that the self dissolves or the world feels less solid. But these are still experiences happening inside consciousness. They may suggest there is more to reality, but they remain within it. Even skepticism depends on the loop. To doubt reality, you rely on reasoning and evidence, products of the reality you doubt. It is like pulling on a rope to test if the rope exists. You can feel tension or slack, but you are still holding it. In daily life, the loop causes no trouble. You act as if the world is real, because it behaves consistently. You avoid fire, eat when hungry, move when threatened. The rules hold, so you use them. The loop becomes visible only when you try to anchor reality to something outside it. That anchor never appears. The closest you can come is to see the loop itself. Every definition, proof, or explanation of reality is made of the same material as reality. The question, is this real, has nowhere outside to land. Once you see that, you understand why the loop never breaks, because there is no place beyond it to pull from. It begins with the simple fact that you live inside reality and can never step outside it to check if it is real. You can test parts of it, measure them, compare them, but all the tools you use come from the same place you are testing. You cannot climb out of the frame to see the whole picture from the outside. You can only define reality from within reality, which means the proof you seek will always loop back to the place you started. Think of trying to measure a ruler with itself. You can hold it up and see that it lines up with its own marks. But that does not prove the marks are correct by some outside standard. It only proves the ruler is consistent with itself. The same goes for defining reality. Any concept you use, any law you cite, is part of the very reality you are trying to define. You check it against itself, and the answer will always fit the same system it came from. Philosophy calls this a self-referential problem. It shows up in logic, math, and language. The liar paradox is a small example. This sentence is false. If it is true, it is false, and if it is false, it is true. The statement tries to evaluate itself from inside itself. When we ask if reality is real, we are doing the same thing. The only evidence we can gather is made of the very stuff in question. Imagine a person born in a perfect simulation. Everything they see, hear, and touch comes from the system running the simulation. They study physics, build telescopes, explore their universe. Every measurement matches the rules of the simulation. They could live their whole life without knowing if there is anything beyond it. Even if they suspect, they would have no tool that is not itself simulated. This is the problem of the reality loop. We are in the same position. If there is an outside to our reality, any clue we find is still processed by the inside. The brain adds another layer. All perception is mediated. Light hits the eye, signals pass to the brain, and the brain builds a model of the world. You do not see the photons. You see the brain's interpretation of them. The same is true for sound, touch, taste, and smell. Your reality is already a constructed image in the mind. If the brain's model is the only interface you have, you cannot compare it to an unfiltered version. The loop closes before you even start asking the question. Science thrives within the loop. It maps patterns, makes predictions, builds machines that work. A GPS satellite needs to account for relativity to be accurate, and when we do, the maps line up. That tells us the model is effective. But effectiveness is not the same as proof of ultimate reality. A video game character could discover that gravity in their world is always the same in every test. They could make a science of it and build devices that exploit it. That would not prove the game's world is real, in any deeper sense. It would prove the rules are consistent inside that frame. You can see a smaller form of the loop in dreams. Inside a dream, things feel real until you wake up. You can run, taste, and argue. You can reason about the dream's physics. The logic you use works within the dream, but that logic has no reach beyond it. When you wake, you see the dream's reality was a subset of a larger one. In waking life, you have no larger state to wake into that. You can confirm. You could already be in the equivalent of the dream, only without an alarm clock to prove it. Language makes the loop even tighter. Every definition is built with other words, which are themselves defined by still more words. A dictionary is a web of cross-references. There is no single word that sits outside the system to anchor it. Reality works the same way for knowledge. Every fact is backed by other facts, and all exist inside the same frame. There is no external dictionary to check. Some philosophers try to break the loop by finding something undeniable. Descartes said, "I think, therefore I am." His point was that doubting your own existence still requires someone to do the doubting. That might give certainty about the I, but it still leaves the rest of reality in the loop. You can be sure you exist in some form, but not of the nature of the place you exist in. Others suggest that coherence is enough. If a system explains all observations without contradiction, we can treat it as real. This is a pragmatic move. Pilots trust instruments because they keep planes in the air, not because they can prove the laws of physics exist outside perception. But coherence is still internal proof. It works because we accept the rules of logic and experience, both parts of the same frame we are testing. Think about a mirror maze. Every reflection is consistent with the others. Angles line up, distances match. You can navigate by those reflections, but all the images come from within the same hall of mirrors. You cannot tell from the inside how the building looks from outside, or if there even is an outside. That is how reality looks when you try to define it from within itself. The loop also appears in mathematics. Gödel's incompleteness theorems show that any formal system complex enough to include arithmetic will contain true statements that cannot be proved within the system. This means that no system can be both complete and self-verifying. To prove everything, you would need a step outside. But if reality is the only system we have, there is no outside step available. The simulation argument uses the loop as part of its logic. If we ever create simulations indistinguishable from our reality, the odds suggest we might already be in one. But even if that were true, the outside running it would still have its own reality loop. The question just moves up a level. You still cannot step outside all of it. You can test your own reaction to the loop with a thought exercise. Suppose someone hands you a flawless proof that you are in a simulation. The proof uses mathematics, physics, and direct sensory evidence. You believe it, but the proof itself is part of the simulation. The rules you trust, the logic you follow, and the senses you use all come from inside. Even your belief is part of the system. You have learned something about the structure, but you still have no view from the outside. The same holds for religious or metaphysical claims. If someone says reality is the creation of a higher being, the claim is still processed by your mind, using the categories you already have. The idea of a creator, the meaning of existence, the notion of cause, all of them are formed within the same reality you are questioning. Whether true or false, the claim cannot escape the loop it lives in. Some turn to direct experience to break the loop. Practices like meditation or psychedelics can change the sense of what is real. People report that the world feels less solid, or that the self dissolves. But these are still experiences. They happen inside consciousness, which is part of the frame. The content of the experience may suggest there is more to reality, but the experience itself remains within it. Even skepticism depends on the loop. To doubt reality, you must rely on reasoning and evidence, both products of the same reality you doubt. It is like pulling on a rope to see if the rope exists. You can feel tension or slack, but you are still holding the rope. In everyday life, the loop does not cause trouble. You act as if the world is real, because it behaves consistently. You avoid fire, you eat when hungry, you move when threatened. The rules hold, so you use them. The loop only becomes visible when you step back and try to anchor reality itself to something outside it. That anchor never appears. The closest you can come is to notice the loop itself. You can see that any definition, proof, or explanation of reality is made of the same material as reality. You can see that the question, is this real, has no place to land outside the system. And once you see that, you understand why the loop will never break, because there is nowhere outside to pull from. It starts when pain shows up. Your chest tightens, your jaw clenches. A thought says, "Get me out." The urge to get out feels like help. It gives you a plan: scroll, work, eat, drink, numb out, run from what hurts. The plan seems wise at first. Yet the more you try to escape, the more the urge owns you. Pain is one thing. Fighting the pain is another. The fight becomes its own kind of pain. Traditions describe this as two arrows. The first is the hit you cannot stop: loss, grief, shame, fear. The second is resistance. You tense, brace, tell yourself you can't feel this. That second arrow is optional, but we fire it by habit. We think escape will save us. The escape becomes the trap. In psychology, this is experiential avoidance, trying to control thoughts and feelings with force. Numbing cuts the peak, distraction moves the mind, but the long-term cost grows. The brain learns normal states are threats. Hypervigilance takes hold. The body stays on alert. The urge to escape spreads. Anxiety shows it clearly. Panic on a train makes you get off. Relief teaches the brain. Trains are danger. Escape is safety. You avoid trains, then buses, then crowds. The fear shrinks your map. The cure becomes the cause. The suffering now comes from the rule your nervous system learned, not the train. Chronic pain follows the same loop. Sharp knee pain leads you to stop moving. The pain eases but muscles weaken, joints stiffen, and small moves hurt more. You avoid more movement. Your world shrinks to a couch and a chair. Pain rehab calls this fear avoidance. The fix is graded exposure, small safe moves that teach motion is not a threat. Relief from escape feeds the cycle. Relief from approach breaks it. The limbic system plays its part. When you flee, dopamine spikes. That spike cements the path. This worked. This negative reinforcement makes you repeat the escape. Soon you chase the relief more than you flee the pain. The chase becomes stress. You plan the next exit. You suffer from escaping. Workaholism follows that arc. You feel not good enough, so you work late. Praise and bonuses land. Praise becomes a drug. You fear slow days. You check mail at night, and at dawn, burnout comes. Cortisol stays high, allostatic load rises. The system wears down. The job isn't the only cause. The escape turned into a grind that feeds the pain. Substances make the loop stark. You drink to quiet grief. The grief remains with a hangover on top. Tolerance builds. Now you drink to escape both grief and withdrawal. The narrow window where you feel okay shrinks. You pace your day around it. The escape is the cage. Grief itself doesn't harm. The love inside you needs somewhere to go. Tears a walk, a letter you never send help. The wave move, forbid the wave and you harden. You avoid songs, places and memories. The world loses color. That numbness feels safe, then becomes a new pain. Social media can be an escape valve. You feel empty, scroll, get novelty hits. They lower the urge briefly. After you feel flat, you need more hits for the same effect. Reward prediction error. The gap between expectation and result grows. The loop deepens. Time, sleep and focus drain away. The loss of focus feeds more scrolling. The break becomes the drain. The mind uses safety behaviors. You rehearse a talk not to learn it, but to avoid shame. You overcheck a lock, not for safety, but to quiet fear. The relief tells the brain the fear was valid. The brain makes more fear. The loop tightens. The white bear effect adds heat. Try not to think of one, and it fills the mind. Try not to feel sad, and sadness is tagged as a threat. You feel sad and afraid of sad. The stack grows. Another trap, escaping the urge to escape. You scold yourself for checking the stove. Shame piles on fear. You're still in the same frame, trying to fix feelings with force. The frame is the problem, not just the acts inside it. So what helps? First, see the control agenda for what it is. A plan to make inner weather obey orders. Inner weather doesn't obey. Thoughts, feelings, urges arise. You can steer your actions, widen your stance, and let sensations move through. You can choose what to do next with your hands and feet. Mindfulness builds this stance. Sit and watch the breath. A thought pops up, label it thinking, and return to the breath. You're not pushing the thought down or feeding it. You're seeing it pass. Over time, this builds distress tolerance, the space between impulse and act. The urge to escape loses charge when you know you can hold it without breaking. Cognitive behavioral therapy targets loops with experiments. If you fear a mall, visit for 5 minutes with a friend. Track your heart rate and thoughts. See panic crest and fall without escape. The nervous system learns new rules. Inhibitory learning takes root. You learn fear can exist without danger. The brain rewires to expect a drop, not a crash. Acceptance work adds values. If you only try to feel better, you get trapped fighting feelings. If you aim to live better, feelings can ride in the back seat. Choose values, care, craft, truth, play, service, and act on them in small ways. Make a call, walk the dog, write a page, fix a hinge, hold a hand. Pain can ride as a guest in a life like that. The body is a big liver. When the sympathetic system spikes, breath rises and shortens. Drop it into the belly, lengthen the exhale, and the vagus nerve calms the heart. Shoulders loosen, the storm loses force.
You didn't escape it.
You stood in it. Name the pattern out loud. I want to escape this. Naming shifts you from fusion to choice. In ACT, this is diffusion. You step back enough to see the thought as ink on a page. You can carry the page while walking toward what you care about. The page still exists, but no longer blocks the path. Build graded exposure to states, not just places. Sit with an urge for 1 minute without acting. Next day 2. Teach your body urges pass like weather. Apply it to habits. Leave one plate unwashed. If you overclean, let one text sit. If you overplease. Small breaks from escape build strength like reps in a gym. Community helps. Pain grows in secret. Share with one person who listens without fixing. Co-regulation calms the system. Mirror neurons map the calm face across from you, and your inner world follows. You didn't flee your pain. You let someone help carry it. Art can carry pain without feeding it. Write about it, draw its shape, hum its sound. You give pain a form, and forms can be held. Sleep, food, and sun matter. Lack of sleep makes the amygdala fire fast. Low blood sugar sharpens thoughts. Too much screen light at night blunts melatonin. A tired brain sees more threat. A rested brain holds more load. So you need less escape, not from fighting harder, but from having more range. Ethics fit here too. When you harm, while escaping harm, you add weight. Lie to avoid an awkward talk, and the lie becomes new fear. Hide a bill, and the debt grows. The clean move costs more in the moment, but less over time. Design life to make escape less tempting. Hide apps, put the phone away after dinner. Keep wine out of reach and water close. Add friction before escape, and remove friction before value-based acts. You're not winning with willpower, you're shaping the field. The aim isn't to erase pain, it's to stop adding the second arrow. See the urge to escape as a signal, not a law. Build a stance that says pain is here. I can make room for it, and still do the next right thing. The next thing may be small, it counts. Over time, the link between pain and escape loosens. The world opens a bit. The need to escape eases, not because life softened, but because you stopped feeding the fire the urge kept alive. You open your eyes, and the world is there. You look at the sky, and by looking, you are part of the scene. The light you see bounces off air, dust, and clouds, then into your eyes. You are not outside of this process. You are inside it. The act of observing does not place you above the universe. It places you deeper within it. That is the observer's dilemma. You want to watch without affecting, but watching changes what you are and where you stand in the picture. In physics, the observer effect says that measuring a system changes it. The most famous example is from quantum mechanics, where a particle exists in a range of possible states until it is measured. The measurement forces it into one outcome. The experiment is not something that happens to the particle, it is something that happens to both the particle and the observer. Your choice of what to measure and how to measure it becomes part of the story. This is easy to see in a lab, but the same principle holds outside. Think about wildlife research. A hidden camera records animals that act as if no one is watching, but if a human steps into the clearing, the animals change their behavior. They move, hide, or become still. The scene is different because the observer is now part of it. Your place in the clearing changes what the clearing is. Even in human life, the moment you watch, you enter the frame. In a meeting, if you stop speaking and start taking notes, people notice. They shift in their chairs. They choose words differently. The group you wanted to observe without influencing is now reacting to you. You did not just record the meeting, you altered it by being there in a particular way. Social media turns this into a daily experience. You see someone post a photo. The photo is not just a slice of life. It is a life shaped by knowing it will be seen. The smile, the angle, the light are chosen with an observer in mind. You as the viewer help define the event, even if you were not in the room. The expectation of observation bends reality toward it. There is also the change in you. To observe is to take in new information. That information changes what you know, and what you know changes what you are capable of. A scientist who looks through a telescope and sees a galaxy where none was expected cannot return to the state before that sight. The observation shifts their place in the intellectual landscape. They now occupy a universe with that galaxy in it, and their future actions will unfold in that version of reality. In personal life, noticing changes your relationship to what you notice. A person can live next to the same tree for years without really seeing it. One morning, they notice the bark's texture and the way the light catches it. That act of attention changes the tree's role in their life. It becomes part of their daily map. It draws the eye when they pass. The observer and the observed have a new link, and the person's place in their own neighborhood has shifted. The brain is not a passive recorder. It shapes what it sees based on what it expects. Perception is an active loop. Sensory input comes in, the brain makes predictions, and the two meet to form your sense of the world. When you look at something, your nervous system changes state to receive it. Your pupils adjust, your focus shifts, neurons fire in patterns unique to that stimulus. You do not remain untouched. You leave the act of looking as a slightly different person than the one who began it. This has a clear form in experiments on attention. When people are told to watch for a certain feature in a video, say, players in white shirts, they often miss other events, even something as large as a person in a costume walking through the scene. The instruction to observe in a specific way changes what you can see. You have altered your position in the field of possible perceptions. The world is now filtered through the choice you made as an observer. In history, exploration offers countless examples. An expedition maps an unknown river. The moment the map exists, traders, settlers, or governments act on it. The observer's role changes the river's place in human affairs, and the river changes the observer's place in the world's network of connections. The map is not neutral, it is an intervention. Photography makes this tension clear. Early street photographers tried to capture candid life. But even when unnoticed, the presence of a lens shapes the scene. People adjust without realizing. Space is given up to make way for the one holding the camera. The photographer's path through the city changes the pattern of what is possible there, even for those not in the shot. On a personal scale, think about watching yourself. The moment you notice your own mood, your posture, or the tone of your voice, you shift. Self-awareness can improve choices, but it also means you are no longer the exact self you were before noticing. The act of observing yourself changes how you speak, move, and respond. You cannot be the same person who acted without that self-consciousness. The dilemma deepens when you realize you cannot stop observing. Even when you think you are only living, you are taking in sights, sounds, and sensations. Your brain is storing patterns, adjusting behavior, predicting outcomes. You are shaping your own place in the network of events, simply by existing as an organism that perceives. In group settings, awareness of being observed changes not just individuals but systems. In workplaces, this is called the Hawthorne effect. Productivity shifts when people know they are being studied. The study is no longer neutral, it is part of the environment it measures. Observers and observed form a feedback loop that makes the original baseline impossible to recover. Astronomy offers a profound version. When we look deep into space, we see light that has traveled for billions of years. The photons strike our detectors, and in doing so, they stop their journey. the information they carry collapses into a record here. The act of observation ends one story and begins another. We are not just finding out what the universe is, we are taking a role in what it becomes. In physics labs, choices about what to measure can exclude other possibilities forever. In the double-slit experiment, deciding to measure which path a photon takes erases the interference pattern. The observer's decision shapes the outcome in a way that cannot be undone. The universe we inhabit after the observation is not the same as the one before it. On a smaller scale, personal relationships change with attention. When you focus on a friend's strength, you interact with them in ways that encourage it. When you focus on their faults, your behavior shifts in ways that reinforce those instead. Your observation changes their reality and your place in it. You are not an idle witness, you are a participant who shapes the field you share. Even silence carries the effect. If you watch someone in quiet attention, they may speak more or less than they would otherwise. They may fill the space or retreat. Your presence changes their options, which in turn changes what you see. You are shaping the very material you hope to study untouched. The dilemma is not about whether we should observe. Observation is constant and unavoidable. It is about understanding that there is no clean separation between the observer and the observed. Each act of looking, listening, or measuring is also an act of joining. In every observation, the universe is not a stage on which you sit in the dark and watch. You are on the stage, under the lights, part of the cast, and each line you speak or step you take changes the play for everyone, including you. A child asks, "Why is the sky blue?" You explain about sunlight scattering in the atmosphere. They nod, then ask, "Why does light scatter?" You talk about particles and wavelengths. They ask, "Why do particles do that?" You give an answer about physics, and they ask, "Why does physics work that way?" The chain stretches on. Each answer ends with another question that starts with why. The search feels like it should stop somewhere, but every time you think you have reached the end, the next link appears. The human mind looks for reasons. When something happens, we want a cause, a rule, or a purpose to explain it. This drive helps us survive. If you know why the fruit on one tree makes you sick, and the fruit on another does not, you can avoid danger. If you know why the wind shifts before a storm, you can take shelter. In this sense, why is a survival tool. But once survival is not the main task, the tool keeps working anyway. It turns inward, asking about the structure of the world and the meaning of life. You can see the chain in science. Ask why an apple falls to the ground, and you get gravity. Ask why gravity works, and you get curved spacetime. Ask why spacetime curves, and you get mass and energy, telling it how to bend. Ask why mass and energy exist, and you step into cosmology, quantum fields, and the origins of the universe. At no point does the final why close the loop. The answer always rests on another question. Philosophy lives inside the chain. You might ask why people should act morally. One answer is to promote well-being. Why promote well-being? Because it reduces suffering. Why reduce suffering? Because suffering is bad. Why is suffering bad? Because it feels unpleasant. Why does unpleasantness matter? The chain keeps going until the person either accepts a statement as self-evident or admits they cannot answer further. Even when you reach something that feels like a foundation, you can still ask why that foundation holds. Children are the purest form of the chain because they do not stop themselves. Adults often pause when the next why feels too large or abstract. A child will keep going, forcing you to notice where your own answers run out. Sometimes the chain ends in "that's just how it is," which is less an answer and more a marker for our limits. It does not close the chain, it only shows where we stop following it. The chain can run in practical matters too. If a company decides to change its logo, you can ask why. They might say it's to modernize their image. Why modernize? To attract new customers. Why attract new customers? To grow revenue. Why grow revenue? To stay competitive. Why stay competitive? To survive in the market. Why survive? Because the people in it want to keep their jobs. Each layer uncovers a deeper driver, but even here, there is no final why that stops the process. Some fields try to make the chain more efficient. The 5 whys method in root cause analysis is a tool for finding the source of a problem. You ask why 5 times to move from surface symptoms to deeper causes. A machine stops. Why? A fuse blew. Why? The circuit overloaded. Why? A bearing seized. Why? Lubrication was not applied. Why? The maintenance schedule was not followed. The point is to fix the last cause in the chain. Yet even this process stops by choice, not because there is no deeper why. The maintenance schedule might not have been followed because of budget cuts, which happened because of market shifts, which happened because of broader economic forces, and so on. In science and engineering, stopping points are often chosen based on usefulness. If knowing the molecular structure of a material answers your design question, you do not keep asking why atoms bond the way they do. But usefulness is not the same as completeness. The unanswered why still exists. It just sits beyond the scope of your current work. In metaphysics, the chain can become a trap. Ask why the universe exists, and you might get an answer like, because it came from the Big Bang. Ask why the Big Bang happened, and you get theories about quantum fluctuations or multiverses. Ask why those exist, and you end up with either an infinite regress, a necessary being, or the idea of a brute fact, something that just is, without further reason. Each of these is a way to stop the chain, but each can be questioned again. The chain also appears in personal life. Ask why you want a certain job, and you might say it's for the salary. Why the salary? To buy a home. Why the home? For security. Why security? To feel safe. Why feel safe? Why feel safe? Because without safety you feel fear. Why avoid fear? Because it is unpleasant. At some point you reach core drives, comfort, connection, meaning, survival. But even those can be questioned. Why should survival matter? Why should comfort matter? These questions can feel unsettling, because they pull at the roots of our choices. Sometimes the chain is circular. You ask why you rest on weekends, and you say it's to have energy for work. You ask why you work, and you say it's to earn money to live and rest. The loop closes, but it does not remove the question. It only shows that some of our reasons feed each other. The why chain can expose these loops, but the loops themselves may be stable enough to live in. The chain's endlessness can be both a strength and a problem. It pushes inquiry forward. Without it, science, philosophy, and art would stall. But it can also lead to paralysis when no answer feels final. People can get stuck chasing the ultimate why, in a way that keeps them from acting. You can see this in debates that circle for years without resolution, not because the subject is unimportant, but because the chain of questions has no bottom. Some people deal with the chain by choosing an axiom, a starting point they will not question further. In mathematics, axioms are accepted as given. In personal life, someone might decide that happiness, love, or truth is the thing they value without needing to explain why beyond that. This move does not end the chain in an objective sense. It simply marks a point where the person is willing to stop asking. The chain can also be shortened by changing the question. Instead of why is this true, you can ask how does this work, or what can I do with this? These shift from reasons to mechanisms or actions. The change does not remove the underlying why, but it sets it aside for a time. In some cases, this is enough to make progress without resolving the deeper layers. There is a comfort in recognizing the pattern. When you notice that every answer contains the seed of the next why, you see that the endlessness is not a flaw in your thinking. It is the shape of inquiry itself. Every explanation rests on another explanation, and the ground always moves when you try to stand on it. The chain is not something to solve, it is something to navigate. And so the child keeps asking, the scientist keeps probing, the philosopher keeps debating, and the person lying awake at night keeps turning the question over. Each answer is a link, and each link has another behind it. You follow as far as you can, stop where you must, and know that the chain continues past your stopping point, stretching into the dark where the next why waits. You carry a picture of yourself. Other people carry theirs. None of these pictures match the person who shows up in real life. You live in the space between them. Your sense of self pulls one way, their expectations pull another. Your behavior lands somewhere in the middle, shifting from scene to scene. This is the role problem. You are not the person you think you are, nor the person others think you are, but something shaped by both. At breakfast you think of yourself as calm. Your partner thinks you rush. You make coffee, wipe the counter, answer a message. A spill happens. You want to stay calm. They expect you to hurry. You move in a way that is neither pure calm nor pure rush. You reach for a towel while talking, half smile, and choose words with care. That is not just your private self, and not just their version. It is a negotiated self. Social science names these forces. Your self-concept meets role expectations. The meeting point becomes your enacted identity. The looking glass self means you learn who you are by seeing how others react. Impression management is shaping how others see you. Your core still matters, but it is not untouched. At work you believe you are direct. Your team says blunt. You plan to give clear feedback but recall a teammate's note that your tone can cut. You add a question before each point. Your self-concept set the content. Their view shaped the form. The result is a version you would not create alone, and they would not without you. Family shows this even more. At reunions you are the fixer. You may not think of yourself that way, but when the dishwasher breaks, someone hands you a wrench, you become steady. Later, with college friends, you are the artist who stays up late to draw. Both selves are real in context. Neither defines you alone. Romance is its own lab. One partner sees themselves as independent, the other sees them as distant. A busy, talk later, text is a role move, not just a message. It preserves one identity and pushes against the other's view. Over time, the relationship becomes a system shaped by both. Culture adds another layer. In one setting, direct eye contact shows respect. In another, it is rude. If you've lived in both, you shift codes. This is code switching. You are not faking. You are using the range your history allows. Digital life makes this harder to avoid. Social media merges audiences. A post that fits one group confuses another. You write a caption to manage both. The result is a compromised self still part of your public identity. Teachers see it with students. A student who thinks they are bad at math meets a teacher with high expectations. They study harder, and scores rise. This is the Pygmalion effect. Reverse it, and a "you talk too much" label can silence someone who once spoke with ease. The person who shows up is built by the signals they receive. Sports make this visible. On one team you are a role player, on another, the scorer. Same skills, but the coach's system and teammates' needs change your choices. Watch film and you see two different players. Each is you, shaped by different demands. Self-discrepancy theory maps the actual self, the ideal self, and the ought self. The enacted self, the one in action, sits where those meet the views of others. In one room the ought dominates, in another the ideal, in another the actual. The mix changes you. The Johari window shows another angle. One pane is what both you and others know, another is what you know, but they do not. A third is what they see that you do not. The role problem lives in that third pane. If you think clear and they see sharp, you may soften, explain more, or seek rooms where sharp is a strength. A quiet person may see themselves as thoughtful, others as aloof. They start asking one question in each meeting. The label shifts to steady. A loud person may see expressive, others see intense. They pause before speaking. The label shifts to passionate. In both cases, the enacted identity is relational. You can push back with intention. This is agency. You can act from values, invest in behaviors that signal the role you want. People reflect that role back to you. The feedback loop runs in your favor. This is identity capital. Acts that gain you opportunities aligned with your chosen traits. Conflicting roles create strain. You are a manager and a friend to someone on your team. One role asks for loyalty, the other for fairness. You act as a third version, explaining, setting boundaries, keeping the door open. It hurts, but make space for both roles. Labels can trap or free you. Treat them as fate, and you freeze. Treat them as hypotheses and you can test them. If labeled cautious, you might take small weekly risks and watch how the view changes. Art and play let you try on roles. On stage you may speak first, in a class you may listen. Others respond to that version, and it can follow you into other rooms until it becomes part of your range. Memory shapes this too. The stories you tell about yourself become cues for others. I always crack under pressure, prompts them to handle you gently. I slow down and get clear under pressure, makes them trust you with high stakes. Both can be drawn from the same facts. Technology scales the role problem. Video calls and feeds merge contexts. You may try to keep one brand, but it will not fit all rooms. Range works better. Keep core values steady. Let the surface shift. Share wins in one place, doubts in another. You cannot escape the in-between. You can learn its rules. You can shape the meeting of your self-concept and others' expectations. You can act clearly, take feedback without losing the core, and choose rooms that bring out parts you want to grow. You can leave rooms that feed versions you do not want to keep. Who you are lives where your inner voice and their voices cross, and it changes as you move. You eat the first bite of cake, and it is perfect. The second bite is good. By the fifth, the taste dulls. The sweetness that felt rich now feels heavy. You keep eating to chase the pleasure you felt at the start, but it does not return. This is the hedonist's problem. If pleasure is the purpose of life, why does too much of it take the edge off, until the thing that was once enjoyable turns flat or even unpleasant? Pleasure is tied to the brain's reward system. When something good happens, food, sex, warmth, laughter, dopamine is released. Dopamine is not the pleasure itself. It is the signal that says, pay attention, do this again. It works well when pleasures are rare and spaced out. The system evolved in a world where sweet fruit was seasonal. Warmth by the fire came after cold, and rest followed effort. The scarcity kept the signal sharp. In a modern setting, scarcity is often gone. You can have sugar in every drink, entertainment on every screen, comfort at every step. The reward system still runs as if you had to work for these things. Each hit of dopamine pushes for repetition. If you repeat too soon, the system adapts. This is tolerance. The same stimulus produces a smaller effect. You need more to get the same signal, and the baseline for what feels good starts to climb. What was once pleasure becomes the new normal, and the absence of it feels like a loss. The adaptation is not a flaw. It is called hedonic adaptation, and it keeps you from being locked in one state forever. If a hot bath felt as good on the 100th minute as on the first, you might stay in it until your skin was raw. Adaptation lets you move on, but it also means that chasing a single pleasure without pause leads to diminishing returns. The more you press on the same lever, the less it gives back. Consider someone who loves wine. At first, a single glass at dinner is a highlight. Over time, that glass becomes 2, then 3. The taste that was once complex now feels routine. The drink is no longer about flavor, it is about avoiding the flatness that comes when it is missing. Pleasure has turned into maintenance. The same pattern appears with any indulgence. A new video game is exciting. You stay up late to play. By the third week, the game feels like work. You push on to unlock the next reward, but the fun is thin. Streaming shows, buying clothes, eating out, all can slide from enjoyment into habit. The brain starts to expect constant stimulation and loses sensitivity to it. There is also the contrast effect. Pleasure stands out when it follows effort or boredom. A cold drink is better after heat. Rest feels deeper after hard work. If every moment is filled with stimulation, there is no contrast to frame it. Pleasure needs valleys to make the peaks visible. Without them, the peaks flatten. Ancient writers noticed this before neuroscience existed. Epicurus, often mislabeled as a promoter of constant indulgence, actually warned against it. He argued that simple pleasures, enjoyed in moderation, produced the most lasting happiness. The goal was not to remove all restraint, but to avoid the trap where each new indulgence makes you need more. Modern psychology points to the same balance. Intermittent rewards keep the system sensitive, variety and pacing matter. Pleasure works best when it is part of a cycle with other states: effort, rest, anticipation, even mild discomfort. Breaks from pleasure are not punishments. They are what keep the system able to register joy. The hedonist's problem deepens when the pursuit of pleasure ignores the cost to health, relationships, or meaning. Overeating for taste can lead to illness that blunts all enjoyment. Constant entertainment can crowd out work or learning that would create deeper satisfaction later. Short-term pleasure can erode the very conditions that allow pleasure to exist. Take the example of a beach holiday. The first days feel freeing. By the end of the second week, the same sun and sand may feel dull, without variety or purpose. Even the most idyllic scene loses its spark. You might start seeking more intense stimuli, more food, more drink, more thrill, to compensate. This accelerates adaptation. Neuroscience explains why the high cannot be sustained. Dopamine works in cycles. The spike comes with the promise of reward, not its constant presence. Continuous exposure to a stimulus keeps dopamine at a lower level, and the brain reduces receptor sensitivity to protect itself from overload. The result is that you feel less from the same act, and you may start to feel little without it. This is where overindulgence can turn into craving. Craving is not the same as liking. You can want something even when you no longer enjoy it. The system that drives you to seek pleasure can keep firing after the pleasure itself has faded. This is one reason addictions can feel hollow. People keep using not because the experience is still good, but because the drive to repeat it has become its own force. Physical pleasures are not the only ones that follow this curve. Social approval can work the same way. A compliment feels great. A steady stream of praise can dull its impact. Soon you may feel anxious without it, chasing approval not to feel joy, but to avoid the discomfort of its absence. The problem is not pleasure itself. Pleasure signals that something supports survival or well-being. The issue is the mismatch between a brain built for scarcity and a world of constant supply. In this world, the same instincts that once kept you alive can push you into cycles that wear down their own rewards. A different pattern emerges when pleasure is spaced out and balanced with effort. A runner might dislike the strain of training, but find deep pleasure in the calm after. A cook may spend hours preparing a meal and enjoy it more because of the work invested. The pleasure is tied to a process, not just a hit. This process can stretch the value of the reward and slow adaptation. The hedonist's problem is also shaped by attention. Mindless consumption speeds adaptation. When you eat without tasting, watch without noticing, or buy without thought, the experience passes shallowly. Mindful attention, fully engaging with the taste, sound, or sight, can deepen and prolong pleasure without increasing quantity. Even variety has limits. Switching from one intense pleasure to another can still overload the system if the pace is too fast. Recovery time matters. Just as muscles need rest to grow, the brain's reward pathways need space to reset. You can see this in small experiments. Spend a week without a favorite treat, then have it again. The first taste feels sharper than it has in months. Or skip a regular show for a few weeks and notice how much more you enjoy it when you return. The gap restores sensitivity. There is also the matter of meaning. Pleasure on its own is brief. Pleasure connected to purpose can last longer. A toast at a wedding may feel richer than the same drink on an ordinary night. The context adds depth. The brain still processes the sensory reward, but it is layered with social and emotional value. This combination resists adaptation better than sensation alone. Overindulgence strips away both contrast and meaning. When you fill every gap with stimulation, you lose the emptiness that makes fullness satisfying. When you repeat the same act too often, you strip it of its frame. Without restraint, the pursuit of pleasure eats itself, leaving the seeker with more craving and less joy. The paradox is that the shortest path to constant pleasure leads to losing it, while the slower path, spacing it, mixing it with other states, keeps it alive. You shed skin cells each day. Your gut lining renews. Your blood replaces itself. Bones remodel. The body is a living rebuild. Yet you sign your name, answer to the same number, Remember the classroom where you learned long division. You feel like one person moving through time. This is the ship of self. If every plank on a ship gets replaced at sea, is it still the same ship? If every cell in your body turns over, are you still the same person? The body sends mixed signals. Some parts turn over fast, gut, skin, blood. Others change slowly. Bone refreshes in cycles. The heart adds cells at a low rate. The lens in your eye keeps cells for life. Neurons in the cortex and hippocampus mostly stay, though their connections change. Proteins within cells degrade and rebuild. Even if a neuron persists, its parts do not. Life continues through change. This points to a simple idea. Identity may rest on keeping the same pattern, not the same stuff. A whirlpool remains a whirlpool as new water flows. Your body might be stable because it preserves structure, not atoms. Daily life shows how this works. A friend from school sees you after 10 years. Your face has aged, your cells have cycled, but they know you from gait, voice, posture, and a few lines on your face. You know them too. You both anchor identity in patterns that outlast turnover. Memory carries weight here. You recall your 8th birthday cake, the first tune you learned on guitar. Memory is not fixed. Each recall edits it, reconsolidation. Yet it still links today's you to past events in ways others can check through photos, stories, places. People often say, your neurons are the same, so you are the same. But neurons change wiring. Synapses strengthen or weaken. Proteins within synapses swap out. Neurotransmitter levels shift with sleep, food, stress, time. Even where cells last, parts and links change. Continuity comes from updating the pattern, not freezing it. Consider a thought experiment. One clinic replaces each neuron with a matched device, one by one, over a year while you stay awake. Another scans you, builds a copy on Mars, and destroys the original. In both, your body is replaced. The gradual swap feels safer. The link stays unbroken. The instant copy feels like a break. This shows how much we value continuity, not raw material. Law agrees. You sign a contract at 20, you're bound at 40, even with fresh cells. If you wrong someone, you still owe repair. The law treats you as the same agent because there's a reliable chain tying decisions and records. Identity is partly public. Others hold it by tracking, naming, and trusting you to show up. Some cases stress the link. A stroke changes mood and judgment. Family says they're not the same. We tend to say they're still the same person in rights and duties, even if character shifts. Identity has degrees and layers. Organ transplants test another piece. A new heart doesn't make you the donor. Bone marrow transplants can change the DNA in your blood, even your blood type, yet friends still know you. Genetics matters for traits, but isn't our sole measure of self. Pregnancy can leave fetal cells in a mother for years. She remains herself. Your microbiome shifts with diet and travel. It influences mood and metabolism. It's not you strictly, but part of the system shaping each day. The self is a network of human and non-human cells, changing parts and stable patterns. Software gives a good analogy. A program runs on different machines, bytes swap as processes start and end. The program stays the same. If its code and data relationships hold, you still call it the same app. If it opens your files and follows the same rules after a patch. Your mind might be like that. An ongoing process on changing hardware, tolerating updates while keeping a recognizable role. We also carry a story narrative identity. I'm the one who moved 3 times before age 10. I'm the one who learned late to trust my voice. The story filters events and shapes choices. It can be wrong or narrow, but it ties scenes together. It changes as you learn and as others reflect you back. The link can be sharp after loss or slow in quiet years. Social identity holds you steady. People who love you reinforce who you are through greetings, expectations, forgiveness. Teams rely on your skills. A child runs into your arms. These ties give you a place to stand when your inner sense wobbles during illness or stress. Identity is not only inside a skull, it lives between people. Philosophers use a river image. You can't step into the same river twice. New water flows, but we still name it, build a bridge, track its course. The river's path is formed by banks, bedrock, climate. It shifts with floods and droughts, but remains the river. You are like that. Flow is metabolism, banks are body and brain structure, weather is your social world, name is legal identity. The river holds because the forces hold. Back to the ship. Sailors replace planks while underway. The ship keeps its route, crew, cargo, log. It bears the same name, flies the same flag, honors the same debts. If someone builds another ship from old planks, which is real? Most say the one that kept sailing with continuous command and record. By that measure, your living body is the ship that kept sailing. Some cases push this further. Split brain surgeries for epilepsy reduced crosstalk between hemispheres, letting each hand sometimes act differently. Yet we still treated the patient as one person, one body, one set of ties. It shows identity blends function, record, relation, not just biology. Think about promise keeping. You tell a friend you'll meet them next year. A year passes, your cells have turned over, you show up. You feel you kept the promise, and they agree. The thread had help, calendar, messages, habit of caring about your word. This is how identity works: memory, body, social cues, tools carrying you forward. Flip the scene. You have an injury and can't remember the promise. Your friend meets you with patience. They still see you as you carrying part of your story while you heal. The self is a joint project between organism and community. People say, I want to be my real self. The risk is thinking the real self must be fixed like a statue. The living self keeps shape by changing. Cells swap, skills grow, tastes shift, you drop habits, pick new ones. You're still you when the links run through. In the end, the ship of self is about what we count. Count atoms, and you change by the minute. Count structure and function, and you change by degrees. Count the chain of memory, action and relation, and you hold together as one person. Our world, houses, courts, clinics, families, bets on the chain. It works because bodies change in ways that preserve enough pattern, long enough to matter. The ship sails on, plank by plank. Crew awake at posts, logbook open, name on the hull, course set by a hand that knows where it came from and where it means to go. Imagine you could live forever. No aging, no clock on your last day. You wake, you work, you rest, you repeat for centuries. At first, the idea feels like a gift. You could learn every craft. You could see every place. You could love without fear of a final goodbye. Then a quiet doubt appears. If there is no end, do your choices still matter in the same way? Does meaning survive when time has no edge? Endings give shape to life. A deadline turns a plan into action. A last day of summer makes a swim sweet. A song needs a final note, or the phrase never resolves. Limits force trade-offs. Trade-offs reveal what you value. The press of time says, choose this, not that. Without that press you can drift. You can say, I will do it later, and later never ends. Think about a student with no due dates. The paper can always be better. New sources keep piling up. The student edits for years and never turns it in. The work grows, but the act of sharing never occurs. In the same way, an immortal life can slide into endless prep. You rehearse the speech forever. You never speak. The brain has its own rules about pleasure and time. It adapts. Psychologists call this hedonic adaptation. The first time you visit a new city, every street glows. By the 10th visit, you check your phone at the cafe. With infinite days, novelty can go flat. You might push for more extreme thrills to feel the same spark, or you grow numb. Pleasure still exists, but it asks for contrast. Rest feels deep after effort. Warmth is rich after cold. When every day can give you anything, contrast can fade. Memory is another limit. You cannot store every hour of an endless life. The brain compresses, edits and forgets. Old scenes blur, new layers cover them. Over long spans you might not feel like a single stream. You become a chain of selves that only partly overlap. Meaning often rests on a story. I am the one who did this and learned that. A story needs arcs. It needs chapters. If memory frays, your sense of one continuous I can fray with it. Identity shifts even if memory holds. Values change with context and age. A builder in one century can become a monk in the next. A monk can turn into a scientist, then a parent, then a wanderer. Each version wants different things. If you live long enough, you might oppose your younger self on core beliefs. Which self sets your purpose? A life without an end can feel like a series of lives with no final word to tie them. Relationships set a hard test. If only you were immortal, grief becomes a habit. You make friends, you fall in love. Time takes them, you start again. Some people would keep a soft heart and choose love anyway. Others would shield themselves and float above ties. Distance protects you, but it also drains meaning, because meaning often grows from bonds and promises. If everyone is immortal, the shape changes, but the problem stays. A vow till death do us part loses force when death does not come. People might shorten vows into eras. Couples could choose for the next 50 years. A citizen might serve a century in one field, then leave. Many choices become reversible. When every choice is reversible, commitment can weaken. You can always switch later. You can delay the hard parts of growth because there is no clock to force the turn. Risk gives life flavor because it raises stakes. If you cannot die, what counts as risk? You can still lose trust. You can still waste decades. You can damage places and people. You can cause harm that you must face for a very long time. Maybe that makes ethics heavier, not lighter. An immortal polluter sits with the mess they made. An immortal leader lives with the fallout of each decision. Compounding works on care and on harm. The long run arrives, and then keeps arriving. Work and craft show both sides. An immortal artist can master every form. They can learn violin for 100 years, then sculpture for 200 more. The danger is perfectionism. Without a finish line, you can hold your art back for more edits. Release takes courage in any life. An endless life asks for more of it, because the temptation to wait is strong. A simple rule helps: publish on a date, not when it feels done. Create seasons. Close the season. Start the next. You can see the same pattern in travel. You could visit every country. If you can go everywhere, a single trip can lose weight. To keep awe alive, set frames. Walk one river from source to sea. Trace one language across borders. Plant a tree in each place and return to see it grow. Meaning deepens when a path has a rule you choose and keep. Curiosity is a real rescue. The world is bottomless in detail. Each field holds subfields. Each craft has layers. You can spend 50 years in medicine and still find a question you have not touched. You can spend 50 years in poetry and still find a line you have not heard. If you live forever, you can also teach. Teaching renews wonder. A student's first insight can light up your 100th year in a topic. You do not need an end to feel purpose if you stand in that exchange. There is also service. Some work takes longer than one mortal life. Restoring a watershed, rewilding a desert, tracing a cure, healing a region after war. These are projects measured in centuries. An immortal person can hold the thread. Others would drop by force of time. They can be a steward, not just a visitor. Stewardship gives meaning through care, repetition, and patience. The act is not grand each day. The line across time is grand. You still need limits. Games need rules to be fun. Life can be played the same way. You can choose constraints that create stakes. You can set vows that bind you for a span. You can fast from ease to feel joy return. You can practice Sabbath. You can keep a craft that uses simple tools when machines could do it faster. Chosen limits do not shrink life. they frame it. Tools can help with memory so that arcs stay clear. Keep a log, keep letters, keep art from each era in a small box and pass the box to your later self with a note. Mark transitions with rituals. Hold a wake for the end of a century in your life and invite the people who knew that version of you. Share stories. The past stays nearer when you handle it with your hands. Then new meaning can grow on top without breaking the base. Community matters more, not less. You will meet people who live short lives, even if you do not. Sit with them in grief. Celebrate small wins with them. Let their timelines touch yours. Their urgency can teach you when your own fades. You can offer patience when theirs runs out. The exchange keeps both of you human. Economics has a term that fits here: discount rate. Most of us value today more than tomorrow. We trade a little future for a little now. If you live forever, you might set a lower discount rate. You can plant slow trees. You can learn slow arts. You can give slow help. But you can also fall into a trap. I will start later, because I have time. The cure is the same as for any procrastination. Start small. Make the first move today. Meaning likes momentum. There is still danger, with no end. Apathy can spread. You can float, repeat, and go grey inside. The answer is not permanent thrill. It is challenge. Add weight to the bar. Learn a form you fear. Make a promise that asks for a stretch. Help where thanks will never reach you. The struggle is not a bug. It is part of how meaning forms. Art points to this. A canvas means more because you choose its size. A poem means more because you choose its meter. A life can work like that. You choose spans and shapes. You name an era and live inside it. Then you close it and start a new one. There is also the body. If you are ageless but not invincible, you still need to care for the one body you have. Training, rest, food, and sun matter. If you plan to use the same muscles for 1,000 years, care builds gratitude. Gratitude keeps meaning warm. Some people ask for the right to end their own life, even in a world with natural death. That shows how much agency matters. In an immortal world, agency would matter even more. If you cannot die by age, you may still need exits from chapters. You would need ways to step back from roles, to end duties well, and to pass the torch. A clean ending to a role lets someone else begin. Meaning also lives in that handoff. Children teach another lesson. Meaning does not need size. It needs attention, love, and repair. A bedtime story holds more life than a medal, if you are present for it. An immortal person can forget this, and chase only big arcs. A small daily act can keep the heart in tune for the long arcs. You might fear that forever would empty your days. It could, if you expect time to give you meaning. Time does not do that. Choice does. Limits do. Work does. Love does. The end on the horizon helps, but it is not the only way. A life can gain shape from seasons you choose, from bonds you honor, and from tasks that outlast you, even if you do not end. Each morning you wake and say "I," as if it means the same thing it meant yesterday. You answer to your name, you recognize your face in the mirror, and you walk through familiar rooms. Yet the person doing those things is not the same as the one who did them yesterday. You have new memories, slightly different cells, and changes in mood, body chemistry, and thought. The difference is small from day to day, so you do not notice it. Over years, the changes pile up. The child you were is gone, the teenager you were is gone. The version of you from 10 years ago would surprise you now. Still, you treat them all as me. Part of this continuity comes from memory. You carry snapshots of earlier moments. They link to your current life in a chain. You remember where you grew up, what you studied, who you've loved, and what you've lost. These memories make it feel like there is one person behind all of it. But memory is not a perfect recording. Each time you recall an event, you rewrite it slightly. The details can change without your awareness. New experiences reshape the meaning of old ones. You keep the thread by telling yourself the same story, even if the details shift. Personality research shows that traits can change too. People often think they have a fixed temperament, introvert or extrovert, cautious or bold, but studies tracking people over decades show movement. Someone shy in youth may become confident in middle age. Someone restless may grow more steady. Life events push these changes. A demanding job, a long illness, parenthood, loss, even without big events, slow shifts happen with age. Yet when asked, people still see themselves as having a stable identity. You do not wake each year, asking if you're a different person. You adapt your idea of me to fit the changes. The body's changes are even more constant. Your skin renews, your bones replace minerals, your gut lining sheds and rebuilds. Hormone levels rise and fall, the brain rewires connections, strengthens some, prunes others. You live in a body that updates itself like a ship replacing its planks at sea, but the ship keeps its name, keeps sailing its route, and the crew calls it the same vessel. You do the same for yourself. Some change comes from choice. You take a class, pick up a sport, move to a new city. These bring new skills, habits and ways of seeing. At first they feel like additions. Over time they become part of your baseline. You may forget that you were once without them. You meet people who only know the new version and assume you have always been this way. Other change comes without choice. Accidents, illness or sudden loss can alter you in days. A person who survives danger may carry more caution or more urgency. Someone who loses a loved one may shift their values overnight. These changes can feel like a break in the line of me. You may hear people say, "I am not the same person I was before that." They mean that the inner structure, not just the surface, has changed. Relationships play a strong role in shaping the changing me. Others reflect parts of you back to yourself. A friend may see you as brave when you feel unsure. A partner may treat you as thoughtful when you think of yourself as distracted. Over time, their expectations and feedback shift how you act, which then shifts how you see yourself. This is not pretending. It is growth in response to your environment. Change happens in both directions. You affect them, they affect you. Technology adds another layer. Old versions of you are saved in photos, posts and messages. You can scroll back and see yourself from years ago, speaking in a tone that no longer fits, wearing clothes you would not choose now. You might feel distance from that version, yet you still claim it. You say, "That was me," even if you would not act that way now. The record does not make you the same person. It shows the path of change. One way to think about it is as a pattern. A whirlpool is still the same whirlpool even as new water flows through it. The shape holds while the contents change. Your body and mind keep certain patterns, ways of moving, speaking, deciding, that let you feel continuous. The pattern can evolve slowly enough that you adapt without losing the thread. If it changes quickly, you might feel like a new person, but after a while, even that newness becomes the new me. The law treats you as the same person across change. A contract you sign at 20 binds you at 40. A crime you commit is tied to you decades later, even if your outlook and habits have transformed. Society relies on the idea that there is enough continuity for responsibility to hold. This continuity is a practical tool, not proof of an unchanging self. It works because change is usually gradual, and because records, names and shared memories keep the link strong. Yet in private thought, you might wonder if the me you feel is more like a story than a fixed thing. You choose which parts of your past to emphasize and which to fade. You frame events in ways that support your current identity. You edit your own history to keep a sense of unity. This is not deception. It is how humans keep moving forward. Too much conflict between past and present selves can cause distress. Integrating change into your story reduces that friction. There is also a rhythm to change. Some years are stable, others feel like upheaval. In stable times, the me feels solid. In upheaval, the me feels in motion. Both states are part of the same process. You might not notice small changes until you look back far enough. 10 years of slow drift can add up to a big shift. Think about a musician learning an instrument. At first, each practice changes skill in noticeable jumps. Later change is subtle, small refinements in tone or timing. After decades, the way they play may be unrecognizable to their younger self, yet each step felt natural. Life works like that. You are always adding, losing, refining. The same me is a moving target that stays familiar because it moves with you. Sometimes the gap between past and present is wide enough that you feel two versions exist. People talk about reinventing themselves after a major shift. They change careers, move countries, alter appearance, or end relationships. Outsiders might see it as sudden. From inside, it is often the result of many smaller changes that built up until a break became clear. Even after reinvention, the new self keeps traces of the old, memories, skills, and influences. Children offer a clear example. A child grows into an adult who shares none of the same size, voice, or thought process, but carries the same name and many of the same memories. Adults often say they still feel like the same person inside, even as they recognize that their outlook has shifted. The me adapts to hold both feelings at once. The idea of the same me is a useful fiction. It lets you plan for the future and keep promises. It lets others rely on you. It supports the bonds that make life possible. If you treated every small change as creating a new person, those bonds would snap. Instead, you accept change as part of the same self, like a river that flows but keeps its name. Even knowing you are always changing, you still say I without hesitation. The word points to the current version of you, backed by the history you claim, and shaped by the future you aim for. Tomorrow you will be slightly different again. The pattern will keep shifting, the me will keep moving, and you will keep calling it the same. You ask if non-existence exists in some way, because we can talk about it, picture it, and reason with it. The word sits on the tongue with ease. The idea sits in the mind with force. You can imagine nothing in a box, or a world without you in it. If the concept is so clear, what kind of being does it have? To answer, we need to sort the ways a thing can be said to exist. We use one word for many different kinds of presence. Start with the simplest case. The concept exists in your mind as a pattern. Neurons fire, synapses pass signals. You draw a little circle and label it nothing. That picture has a footprint in your brain, so the concept exists as a mental state. It exists the way a plan exists before you act. It exists the way a melody exists when you hum it without sound. The content of the thought is non-existence, but the thought itself is a real event in a real organ. Now step to language. Nothing is a word. You can define it, teach it, and translate it. Dictionaries give it entries. Sentences use it to do work. Language is part of the world. It is made of breath, ink, pixels, or muscle memory on a keyboard. So the term for non-existence exists as a mark, a sound, and a tool within grammar. It is not empty in that sense. It shows up and does work, but that does not settle the question. When you say there is nothing in the box, you are not pointing to a thing called nothing. You are reporting an absence. An absence is not an object you can lift. It is a way the world is arranged. The box lacks coins, marbles, or air. The lack is real in a thin sense. You can act on it. You can fill the box. You can weigh it and record the value. The absence guides action and guides speech, yet it does not float around as a freestanding item. We treat many absences as real enough to matter. The absence of oxygen can kill a person. The absence of a guard can let a theft occur. A doctor notes a deficit. A lawyer argues an omission. In each case, the not state has effects. Causation often includes gaps. The stove not being off can burn a house. The driver not stopping can cause a crash. We do not need a positive object named non-existence to explain these. We need the world plus a missing piece. The pattern world minus X can bring about events and can carry blame. Everyday life gives us handy models. A hole is not stuff, it is where stuff is not. A hole in the ground changes how you walk. A hole in a pipe changes pressure and flow. You can measure the hole by depth and width, but you cannot hold the hole apart from the soil that frames it. It depends on its host. A shadow works the same way. It is the absence of light in a shape. It cools the skin. It moves with the source. It lacks substance, yet you plan your day around it on a hot afternoon. Non-existence shows up like that, bound to something else, making a difference through lack. Philosophy uses a few bits of jargon for this. One is ontology, the talk about what there is. Another is intentionality, the way thoughts are about things. You can think about a unicorn even though there are no unicorns. The thought exists, its object does not. This is a case of intentional inexistence. The mind holds a directed state without a matching thing outside. We do this with the past and the future as well. You can picture last winter's snow or next year's trip. Those scenes are not present, but the mind can still carry them and act on them. Logic and math give non-existence a formal home. Negation says not P. The statement unicorns do not exist can be true. What makes it true is not a strange object called non-unicorn. It is a world that contains none. In math, 0 is a number that marks the absence of quantity. You can add it, subtract it, and build whole systems with it. It acts like a thing inside the rules, yet it stands for nothing in the count. The empty set is a set with no members. It has properties. It is unique. It sits at the base of number theory. Both 0 and the empty set show how the idea of none can be handled with care and power without turning it into a lump of stuff. Computing lives on these ideas. A null pointer refers to no location. A 0-length file holds no bytes. A 404 marks that a resource is not found. These states shape behavior. Programs branch on them. Servers send them across the world. The nothing in code is not mystical. It is a defined lack that carries signals and changes outcomes. Physics adds texture. When a physicist says vacuum, they mean no particles in a region, yet fields remain. Vacuum has structure. It can fluctuate. It has energy in some models. This tells us that nothing in physics is a technical state, not absolute non-being. If you try to imagine a deeper kind of nothing, no space, no time, no fields, no laws, you hit a wall. Our tools for description live inside the world. They strain when we try to push them past the world. Old ideas help too. Think of privation, a word from ancient thought. A privation is a lack of a good that ought to be there for a thing to be complete. Blindness is a privation of sight in a creature built for sight. Darkness is a privation of light in a place where light could be. We still speak that way. We say a system has a deficiency. We say a child has a scarcity of food. We do not hunt for a ghost named scarcity. We fix the conditions so that what is missing can arrive. Language tricks us into reifying nothing. Nothing is in the fridge, looks like a subject and a verb. Grammars push us to treat nothing like a noun. Then we ask if that noun exists. A better paraphrase is there is no food in the fridge. The sentence does not add a spooky object. It denies the presence of the usual items. Clarity in speech uncovers clarity in thought. We also use nothing to mark the ground of choice. A designer stares at a blank page. The page is not a thing called nothing. It is a surface without marks. The absence is fruitful. It invites marks. Negative space in art shapes composition. Silence shapes music. Rest bars build rhythm. The gaps carry meaning because they sit inside a frame of possible sounds and lines. The non-existent note has force relative to what could have been played. Social life treats absences as facts that matter. A promise not kept is an absence that bites. A parent not present leaves a trace in a life. We give names to these voids and work to fill them. The names help us coordinate. The voids are not entities on their own. They are holes in a fabric we share. This leads to a helpful split. There is existence in the world as an object among objects. There is existence as a pattern or state of affairs. There is existence as a concept in minds and as a mark in language. Non-existence does not exist as a chunk of world stuff. It does exist as a state the world can be in, as a role in our reasoning, and as a cause when the lack sits in the right place in a chain. You can say it this way: nothing does not exist, but there being nothing here can still be true, and can still matter. Examples keep it clean. You reach for your keys and your hand closes on air. The absence sends you back through each room. It makes you late. You remember leaving them at the cafe. The empty hook caused a change in your route. No ghost did that. The layout of the world minus keys did it. Or think of a goalkeeper who steps left because a striker does not move right. The lack of motion carries information. The keeper reads the absence, and that reading wins a match. We also build with planned absences. A lattice is strong because it has holes. A flute sings because it has holes. A flute sings because it has holes. A city grid breathes because it reserves space for parks. You can write a law that forbids a practice, and by that absence of permission protect many people. These are forms where lack is part of the design. We do not treat the lack like a second thing. We treat it like a chosen pattern that shapes the whole. When we argue about nothing, we often carry mixed senses. One person means a sensory blank, another means a total lack of being, a third means a clean slate. The word range is wide. When we pin down which job we want it to do, the fog lifts. If the job is to say the box is empty, the word works. If the job is to say there is a strange entity called nothing that exists, the word misleads. You can test your own sense with a short drill. Sit in a quiet room and switch off the lights. You will still hear the air. You will still feel your heartbeat. You will never meet pure nothing by killing stimulus. You meet low input. If you try to imagine a world where there is no world, you use space in your mind to host the image. The canvas is your own brain. The thought exists, and its content is no things, but the thought uses a thing to appear. Non-existence then lives as a tool that marks gaps, a state that systems can be in, a value in math that keeps accounts straight, and a word that helps us deny. It does not crowd the universe with a new kind of item. It rides on what already is, and carves shapes in it. That is enough for action, and enough for truth. When you pretend to be someone else, you think you are stepping away from yourself. You put on an act, you shift your voice, change your posture, and adjust the words you use. You hide habits, and show others you think will fit the role, but the act itself comes from you. It uses your imagination, your sense of what matters, and your choices about which parts of yourself to hide or show. In the process, you reveal things you might never notice when you act natural. Take an actor on stage. She plays a ruthless queen, nothing like her quiet life off stage. To make the role work, she must imagine the queen's motives, fears, and desires. She must decide which gestures feel real, which lines need extra force, and which moments to soften. These decisions come from her own instincts about power, fear, and empathy. The performance is fiction, but the emotional raw material is hers. When she plays anger, she draws from her own memories of being wronged. When she plays grief, she recalls her own losses. The mask becomes a map of her hidden store of experience. Even outside theater, we wear masks. At work, you speak in ways you would not at home. You may dress more formally, hold back certain opinions, or play up confidence you do not feel. With friends you might relax that mask, but adopt another, joking more, avoiding topics that could kill the mood. None of these masks are lies in the simple sense. They are curated versions of you, shaped for the context. How you choose to shape them says a lot about your values and fears. If you always wear a mask of control, maybe chaos frightens you. If you always play agreeable, maybe you fear rejection. The mask tells on you. In some settings, the mask makes it safer to explore sides of yourself you keep in check. Someone shy in daily life might find ease in an online game where they play a bold, fearless hero. Behind the screen, they act without the weight of their real name, voice, or face. In that space, they might learn they can take risks and speak up. The hero is not real, but the courage it uncovers is. When they return to daily life, some of that courage stays. Children show this clearly. Give a child a costume, and they step into it with conviction. A cardboard crown can make a child speak with authority. A cape can make them leap from the couch. In play, they are not bound by the same rules as at the dinner table. They invent, command, and negotiate. Watching them in these roles reveals their sense of justice, their taste for adventure, their comfort with leadership or mischief. The play mask pulls these traits forward. Masks can also be protective. In a tense negotiation, a person might project calm while inside they feel nervous. The calm mask buys them time to think. But the way they build the mask, whether they rely on silence, humor, or detail, reflects their real coping style. Even the tools you use to hide something say something about you. Disguise in fiction often works by showing this double layer. In spy stories, the agent must blend in, adopt local habits, and speak in the target's accent. The audience sees the skill, but also glimpses the agent's tells, the small ways their original self leaks through, a pause before answering, a look held too long, a choice of words that comes from a private history. These leaks make the character believable, and remind us that no mask is total. Psychology has a term for part of this, the persona. It is the social face you present to the world, shaped by culture and expectation. Carl Jung saw the persona as necessary, but limiting. Too much attachment to it can make you forget what lies behind it. Yet experimenting with new persona can broaden your sense of self. Pretending to be someone else is one way to test where the edges of your own identity sit. Improv comedy thrives on this testing. Performers take on roles at random, a teacher in a submarine, a dentist in space, and must act as if it makes perfect sense. The best players listen closely, accept what their partners offer, and build on it. In doing so, they reveal their reflexes, whether they tend to add conflict or seek harmony, whether they lean into absurdity or pull toward realism. The role is made up, but the instincts are not. Sometimes a mask reveals you by contrast. If you play a cruel character and feel uneasy, that tells you something about your limits. If you play a kind one and feel relief, that says something too. The gap between mask and comfort zone points to values you might not have named before. It is like tasting a spice you rarely use. You discover your reaction only when it is in the dish. Social experiments can make this stark. People given uniforms, roles, and authority can act in ways they never thought they would. The Stanford prison experiment, flawed and controversial as it is, showed how quickly people can slide into roles. Guards adopted harsh behavior. Prisoners grew submissive. The masks of power and powerlessness shaped real feelings and actions. Stripped of the mask afterward, participants had to face the parts of themselves those roles had stirred up. In everyday life, pretending often blends with aspiration. You try on the manner of someone you admire. More decisive, more patient, more direct. At first it feels like imitation. Over time, parts of it stick. The borrowed mask becomes a real part of your identity. This is how skill building works too. You play the role of a confident speaker before you feel like one. The act is not a lie. It is practice in becoming. Online spaces multiply masks. Usernames and avatars let you craft identities from scratch. Some people present as their ideal selves, others adopt playful or extreme personas. The anonymity can make them more honest about their thoughts or more reckless in their actions. In either case, the choice of mask, what it hides, what it highlights, reflects something real about the person behind it. Theater traditions have long used masks, not to hide, but to amplify. In Japanese no, a carved mask fixes the expression, and the actor's subtle movements change how the emotion reads. In Commedia dell'arte, masks signal stock characters, the miser, the lover, the trickster, and the performer fills in the details. The audience knows it is a mask, yet responds to the human truth the performance draws out. The mask is both a barrier and a lens. There is a risk in masks. If you wear one too long, it can stick. You might forget which parts were performance and which were yours. This can happen in careers that demand a certain persona, customer service, politics, even teaching. The role seeps in. You may start shaping your private life to fit it. Recognizing this drift takes effort. You have to ask, am I choosing this mask, or has it chosen me? But even this drift reveals something. It shows how adaptable identity is, how much of me is built in response to context. If you can slip into a role and live in it, you show that the self is not fixed. It can be shaped, stretched, and revised. Masks make this fluidity visible. Pretending to be someone else is not just escape. It is a mirror angled in a new way. You see what parts of yourself come forward under different rules. You see which feelings are easy to fake and which resist the act. You see what you wish you could be and what you refuse to become. The mask in hiding you gives you a clearer view of yourself. You wake and ask why you should get out of bed. If life has no built-in meaning, the question seems empty. Yet, you still get up. You cook breakfast, call a friend, plan the day. In doing these things, you give shape to the hours. On paper, the search for meaning looks pointless. In practice, the search makes a pattern you can live in. Inherent meaning is purpose set from outside you, fixed for all people. Meaning, in the human sense, is what makes life feel worth doing, the link between acts and values. One can fail while the other holds. The universe may not hand you a script. You can still choose a role and play it with care. A student unsure why school matters still picks a topic, sets a timer, writes, edits, submits, learns. They talk with a classmate, swap notes. The paper was small, the process built skill, trust, and pride. Meaning didn't arrive from the sky, it formed from the loop of goal, effort, feedback, growth. A parent knows this loop. A child wakes in the night. The parent holds and sings. There's no cosmic proof, this act matters. It matters in the room. It shapes two nervous systems, builds a bond, tells them who they are to each other. The act carries its own weight. Philosophy calls the tension the absurd. The world gives no answer to why, but the heart still wants one. You can freeze at the gap, or use it as room to move. Without fixed meaning, you can choose. Choice is heavy, but it's also the lever that lifts a day. Psychology agrees. Self-determination theory says people thrive with autonomy. I chose this. Competence, I can do this. And relatedness, I do this with and for others. None require a cosmic script. All grow when you set a path, practice a craft, join a group. The search itself feeds these needs. When you pursue a goal with care, attention sharpens, you track cues, set small wins, get feedback. Dopamine fires at prediction error. You share results. People respond. A loop forms and starts to feel like home. The loop is the meaning, not a prize at the end. A nurse in triage learns this. At first the shift is chaos, alarms, pain, fear. She builds a checklist. Airway, breathing, circulation. She mentors a new hire, holds a hand. None of this solves the inherent question, but it solves the next right thing. Soon, the search for why she works has become the work. A luthier spends weeks carving a violin plate. The wood resists, tool marks teach. The first pass fails, the next is closer. When the soundboard sings, the room changes. There was no cosmic need for this instrument. The act made its own need by creating something that holds beauty and carries music. Service works the same way. A neighbor starts a weekly meal for people in need. The first week is thin, the next more people come. Donations appear, a group forms, problems get solved. These meals don't end hunger. They give a street corner a center. Meaning sits in the routine, and faces around the tables. One trap in the search is waiting for a grand answer before acting. I'll start when I know my one true purpose becomes a way to hide. Life grows from doing. Action produces signals. Signals refine, aims. Purpose is a verb in the middle of a week, not a noun at the top of a page. Another trap is saying nothing matters, and chasing only small hits. Food, drink, scroll, repeat. Hedonic adaptation dulls the hits. The days blur, and nothing matters becomes a mold that eats joy. The cure is friction and focus. Pick a hard task, share it, put your body in the room. Meaning grows in strain shared for a reason. Narrative identity offers another lens. You tell a story about who you are and where you're going. It doesn't need grandeur, only coherence, links between your scenes. I take care of people. I tell the truth. I make healing spaces. I learn and teach. Acts that match the story thicken it, drifting thins it. The act of shaping the story is the search. The search sets values. You try kindness, candor, courage. Each test gives data. You keep what fits, drop what harms. Over time, you build lived values, habits proved in action, not slogans. They need practice and proof. not a cosmic seal. Mortality adds heat. The clock forces choice. Projects, summers, lives end. The limit hurts but clears the view. When time narrows, you put weight where it belongs. You say no to many okay things, yes to the few that match your story. You give the person in front of you your full face. The end shapes the middle. Even with endless time, you might choose limits. Mark seasons, take vows, close chapters. Games are fun because they have rules. Life can use the same trick. Chosen constraints, focus attention, depth grows, and depth feels like meaning. Suffering tests this frame. A loss tears your map. Meaning sounds thin at first, yet the search still moves. Sit with a friend, light a candle, write an unsent letter, make a meal, hold silence. These acts don't answer the cosmic why. They stitch the map enough to walk. They say, we go on, together. People anchor the search in different frames: faith, reason, art, duty. You test the frame against harm, refine it. When facts change, if it helps you care for others and yourself, it holds. If it breaks people, you lay it down. The right to revise is part of the work. Think of a meaning budget. You have hours, relationships, skills, you invest them. Some acts pay back in joy, some in skill, calm, or repair. You track returns and rebalance. This is care with a ledger in mind, funding what lasts. Groups can do the same. A clinic trains aides from the neighborhood. More cost now, more trust later. A school plants a garden and teaches soil, food, patience. A city makes a park instead of more concrete. These don't answer a cosmic why. They create a because you can stand on. Attention shapes what grows. Spend it on outrage and rage grows. On craft, skill grows. On care, bonds grow. The search for meaning is the search for right targets for attention. You can track it nightly, what you noticed, what you did, what you'll try. The pages become a record of what mattered, based on what you did. Purpose can be local and still true. A baker opens at dawn, the town wakes to bread, people talk in line, news spreads, jobs appear. The baker's reason isn't in the stars, it's baked into the street. Purpose can be portable. A medic in war moves to a quiet place, feels lost, then starts a first aid class. Context changes. The through line stays, adapting keeps the meaning alive. Purpose can be shared, a choir sings a piece. No one could sing alone. Each voice holds one thread, the score demands breath, trust, blend. No single voice answers the cosmic why. The piece does. For 4 minutes, the room agrees on what matters. If the ground still feels thin, start small. Make one thing better for one person today. Fix a hinge, return a call, offer your seat, read to a child, learn one skill, plant one tree, keep a promise. These acts don't solve the problem in theory, they solve it in practice. They are both the search and the answer you can hold. Meaning in human life isn't a property like mass, it's a relation between a person, their acts and their aims. Relations are made, not found. When you make them with care, the day has a center. That center isn't uncovered, it's built by looking for it and living as if your choices count. Imagine you wake up one morning and there are 2 of you. The other one looks exactly like you, speaks like you, has your memories, and knows every detail of your past. If someone asked each of you to describe your life, the stories would match word for word. You could not tell from the inside which one was the real you. To an outside observer, there would be no difference either. The problem is not spotting the copy. The problem is deciding what you means when there are 2 of them. If you think of yourself as a physical body, then whichever one is made of your original cells is the real one. But that raises another question. How original are your cells? Your body has replaced most of its atoms many times since birth. Even your brain's cells trade out some of their parts. If the copy was built cell for cell to match the current you, then in physical terms you are both made of new material. The difference between original and copy blurs fast. If you think of yourself as a stream of memory and thought, then both of you qualify. You share every memory up to the moment of duplication. You share the same habits, fears, preferences, and knowledge. The split happened now, not in the past. From this moment on, your experiences will diverge. But which one gets to keep the title of real is not clear. Both feel they earned it. Imagine the copy takes your place at work for the day. Your co-workers talk to them, and they respond exactly as you would. They know the inside jokes, the history of projects, and where everything is kept. No one suspects. From the point of view of the office, they are you. Meanwhile, you take the day off and go to a park. At the end of the day, you both come home with different new experiences. By tomorrow, you are no longer perfect matches. But which one carried the thread of identity forward? You both did, in different directions. Philosophers use thought experiments like this to test ideas about personal identity. One view is psychological continuity. You are the person who has the mental connections, memories, intentions, personality that stretch from past to present. But in the copy case, both versions have equal claim to that continuity. If each has it, then either there are now two yous, or the idea of one true self does not hold under duplication. Some argue that you are your consciousness, a specific flow of subjective experience. Under this view, the original's awareness is the real you, and the copy's awareness is a new person, even if it starts with your memories. This depends on the idea that consciousness cannot be duplicated in the same way a book or a file can. But since we cannot yet observe or measure the stuff of awareness directly, it is hard to prove. If the copy says, "I feel like I am me," who has the authority to deny it? Science fiction loves this scenario because it makes the stakes clear. In some stories, a copy is made to travel while the original stays safe. When the copy returns, it insists it is the original and demands the life it remembers. The tension is not in spotting differences, it is in deciding whose claim counts. If the copy remembers your family, your plans, and your private thoughts, then from the inside, they are you. Yet the presence of the original makes that claim unstable. There is also the ship of Theseus angle. You might accept slow replacement of parts over time as still being you, but resist sudden duplication. The problem is that identity is not stored in a single unchanging core. It is a network of memories, habits, and body states that evolves. A duplicate does not have to steal your body to be you. It just has to match the network perfectly at one moment. After that, both networks will change. Consider relationships. Your partner greets the copy and feels the same bond. The copy remembers the same first date, the same struggles, the same shared jokes. They respond in the same tone, with the same warmth. Emotionally, your partner might not be able to tell the difference. But what happens if they have to choose? Some might say the original has priority, out of loyalty to the history of living through each moment. Others might say the copy feels just as valid because it carries the same love and memories. In legal terms, the issue is a mess. Contracts, bank accounts, property, who owns them now? If identity is tied to a single individual for law to work, duplication breaks the system. You could try to split assets, but that admits both are valid claimants. You could give everything to the original, but that treats the copy as a stranger, despite being in all practical senses you. Even deciding who gets your phone number becomes a question about what counts as continuity. You might think the solution is to say the copy is a separate person, and that you is just the one who lived through your history without interruption. But interruption is tricky. Every night you sleep, your stream of consciousness pauses. Every time you are under anesthesia, you lose hours. You do not stop being you during those gaps. So if a copy's stream starts exactly where yours paused, is that really a break in identity, or just a branch? If you meet your copy, you will see yourself from the outside in a way no mirror can show. You will notice habits in your speech, patterns in your movement, even micro-expressions you never knew you made. The copy will do the same with you. Each of you will know the other's mind too well to be surprised, at least at first. Over time though, you will make different choices. One might take more risks, one might grow cautious. Personality is not fixed, it shifts with experience. Soon you will not be perfect matches, and the question of which one is really you will fade into which one is living the life you expected. A stranger looking at the two of you might ask the wrong question. The interesting part is not deciding who is real. It is noticing that the idea of a single unbroken self depends on there being only one body carrying it. Once there are two, the idea splits. You both share the same origin point, but from the moment of duplication, you are each the custodian of a separate path. You might find that unsettling, but in a way, it already happens in slow motion. Every choice you do not take is a version of you that does not get lived. Every path you turn down leaves a copy behind in imagination. The perfect duplicate just makes that split physical. Both of you are real to yourselves. Both of you are the sum of your memories, skills and desires. The difference is that now, there is no single you to point to, only two beings, each claiming the same start, each moving toward a different future. Imagine waking up in a hospital bed, with no memory of who you are. You do not know your name, your family, your job, or where you live. The people around you insist you are someone they know. They tell you stories of your life. They bring photos. They show you your handwriting. They call you by a name that feels foreign. From their point of view, you are the same person you were yesterday. From your point of view, you are starting from zero. The question is whether you are still you without the past that once defined you. One way to think about identity is as a chain of memory. You are who you are, because you remember the things that happened to you. Memory links today's self to yesterday's self. When you lose that link, the chain breaks. The person who lived those past events still exists in the records of others, but in your own mind, they might as well be a stranger. If memory is the glue of identity, then forgetting removes the bond, yet the body remains. Your fingerprints, your DNA, your face, they all match the person you were before. You move with the same posture. You have the same scars. You might still have skills you cannot explain, like being able to ride a bike or play an instrument. These are forms of procedural memory that can survive even when autobiographical memory is gone. The body carries a history, even if the mind does not. In this view, you are still you in a physical sense, even if your mental self is a blank page. Consider the case of Clive Waring, a musician who suffered severe amnesia. He could remember almost nothing of his life before the illness, and could not form new lasting memories, yet he could still play the piano at a high level. His hands remembered what his mind could not. His wife said that in the moments they were together, he was still Clive. His expressions, his touch, his way of speaking were familiar. In between, he was lost. His identity seemed to exist in flashes, carried by the body and emotional connection rather than by continuous memory. If you define yourself by personality traits, the question gets harder. Personality is shaped by memory, but it is not the same thing. You might have a tendency toward caution, humor, or generosity that survives memory loss. People who meet you after the loss might describe you in ways similar to before. The continuity here is in patterns of behavior rather than in remembered facts. But even these patterns could shift when freed from the weight of old experiences. Think about someone who was once shy because of years of social rejection. If they lose all memory of those rejections, will they still be shy? Without the remembered sting of embarrassment, they might approach others more easily. They might discover a more outgoing side they never knew they had. In this sense, memory acts as both a record and a constraint. Losing it can feel like losing yourself, but it can also open space for a self that never had the chance to form before. The legal system takes a different view. If you commit a crime, lose all your memories, and then stand trial, you are still held responsible. The law treats you as the same person because your body and brain are the same physical entity. The continuity is biological, not psychological. Whether you remember the act does not erase the fact that you did it. From society's point of view, identity rests on material continuity. You are still you because the organism that committed the act still exists. But from the inside, the experience is different. If you do not remember your own actions, it can feel like you are being punished for something someone else did. Your sense of self is tied to what you can recall, and without those memories, the person being punished is not the same one who acted. This split between the external and internal view of identity shows how slippery the concept is. The thought experiment of a memory wipe in fiction often explores this divide. In some stories, a person's memories are erased, and they wake up in a new life with no knowledge of the old one. If they later meet people from their past, those people insist on a connection the character cannot feel. The audience sees the tension, same body, same history, but a different lived experience. In these cases, you exists in two forms, the you in the minds of others, and the you in your own mind. When they no longer match, the question of which is real becomes pressing. Even without dramatic amnesia, people change over time in ways that make their younger selves feel like strangers. Old diaries can be unsettling because they reveal thoughts and desires you no longer recognize. The difference with amnesia is speed and totality. Instead of a gradual drift, the past is gone at once. The continuity you normally take for granted, knowing the path from childhood to now, is broken. Without that story, you must write a new one from scratch. Some philosophers argue that the self is a narrative we tell ourselves. Memory is the raw material for the story. If you lose the material, the old story ends. But a new self can still emerge by telling a new story with new experiences. In this way, you are still you in the sense that you are the current narrator of your life, even if the character you once were is gone. Others push back, saying that without the bridge of memory, you are effectively a different person inhabiting the same body. The self is not just the act of narrating, it is the accumulation of the whole narrative over time. Without that accumulation, the chain of personal identity is severed. The person who wakes up with no memory is no more the same person than an identical twin who happens to have your body. In medicine, cases of dissociative amnesia show that memory can sometimes return. When it does, the before and after selves must integrate. This can be jarring. The person who lived without the past may have developed habits, relationships, and goals that conflict with those of the remembered self. Integration is not simply about adding old memories to the new self, it is about reconciling two versions of me into one. There is also the question of moral growth. If you forget harmful acts from your past, do you still carry the lessons from them? Some learning is explicit, you recall the event, the consequences, and the change it caused. Some is implicit, you develop instincts and emotional reactions without conscious recall of why. In the absence of explicit memory, the implicit learning might survive, shaping you in ways you cannot explain. Imagine a soldier who forgets their service entirely. They might still flinch at loud noises, avoid certain smells, or scan crowds for threats. The body remembers what the mind does not. These traces blur the line between total loss and partial continuity. You might not be the same person in conscious thought, but parts of you are still shaped by a past you cannot access. From the outside, people who knew you before will project the old self onto you. They will expect you to share their memories. They will talk to you as if you were the same person. This can create a strange pressure to play along, to act the part of someone you do not remember being. Over time, you might internalize parts of this role. The self can be rebuilt from the outside in, using the reflections of others as scaffolding. The tension in the memory problem comes from the gap between physical continuity, social continuity, and psychological continuity. If you hold that identity is about the body, then yes, you are still you. If you hold that identity is about the mind's contents, then no, you are not. If you see identity as something fluid that can be rebuilt, then the answer is both. You are still you in form, but a new you in substance. In the end, the question forces you to decide what matters more, the unbroken thread of your biological existence, or the story you carry in your mind. If the story is gone, the body remains. If the body changes, the story can still link you to who you were. When both stay, you feel whole. When one is lost, you face the strange truth that you can be, in some ways, both yourself and a stranger at the same time. You hear the clock and feel two thoughts at once. Life is short. so every moment matters. Life is short, so what's the point? One pulls you toward presence, the other drains it. The same fact about time feeds both hunger and doubt. You swing between savoring and shrugging. Deadlines show how scarcity sharpens focus. When an exam is in 2 days, you study. When a visitor leaves tomorrow, you meet them tonight. When a friend moves next month, you make time now. Time pressure strips noise and lifts what matters. The same pressure can freeze you. If every hour must be special, the bar rises. You stare at the hour, fear wasting it, and waste it by worrying. A trip shows the tension. On the last day of a beach holiday, you wake early to watch the sunrise. You taste the coffee more, walk the shore, notice a shell you would have missed on day one. The end makes the morning bright, but the thought of leaving can dull the day. Why unpack the book? We leave tonight. The same horizon can frame meaning or flatten it. Psychology names these forces. Mortality salience means thinking about death raises values and defenses. Some anchor deeper into family or faith. Others cling to status or control. Present bias pulls you toward quick rewards. Temporal discounting makes future gains feel small. Hedonic adaptation means pleasures fade with repetition. A short life pits these against each other. You crave now, want to build for later, and know nothing lasts. The pull shows up in small scenes. At dinner with your grandmother, you think, there may not be many more of these. You listen better, but the thought can crowd the table with grief before it's due. You end up half in the moment, half in the loss, and the dinner feels thin. The market of attention runs on scarcity. When time feels short, attention prices rise. You must choose where to spend. Scarcity can push quality. It can also breed anxiety. Time famine, the sense there's never enough, makes every task urgent and none meaningful. You keep moving to outrun the fear. Meaning needs edges. A song needs an end to resolve. A season needs a last game to matter. A story needs a final chapter so earlier ones can build. The end doesn't make the notes pointless. It lets them form a pattern. You already live this way in small loops. Start, work, finish, rest. The finish gives shape, zoomed out to a life. The scale changes, but the logic holds. A finite horizon helps you choose a path and say no to many good options so that 2 great ones can grow. It can also bait you into hoarding, gripping each day like a rare butterfly and killing it in the process. Grasping is not savoring. 2 people face the same short timeline. One keeps a quiet list, build, bond, delight. They plant a hedge, call a friend, read a poem. The other scrolls bucket lists, adds 20 goals and does none. Small acts compound, big plans diffuse. Same clock, different returns. Economics offers a lens. Your discount rate shapes choices. Discount the future steeply, and you trade long gains for short highs. Discount too little, and you never taste joy now. Mortality can lower your rate. You plant trees you won't sit under because planting feels right. It can also spike it. You chase thrill after thrill. The work is to set your rate on purpose, deciding which goods to grow. Skill, love, health, trust, wonder. Regret can guide you. At a fork, ask, which choice would I regret not making if time were short? You call your father, take the walk, forgive. A simple tool, not a cosmic proof, but it points your feet. The body hints at how to live with limits. After work, rest tastes better. After stillness, motion feels right. Pleasure needs contrast. If you cram each day with treats, hedonic adaptation flattens them. If you leave space, fasts from screens, quiet hours, Sabbath, pleasure stays legible. Finitude calls for rhythm, not frenzy. Attention is the currency of meaning. Where you place it shapes the hour. The default mode network pulls you into rumination. Mortality thoughts feed it. A small practice helps name what's here. I hear the kettle. I see sunlight. I smell orange peel. You're not ignoring death, just returning to the only place life happens, the present scene. Narrative identity also helps. You don't need one grand purpose, just a through line. I make things well. I keep promises. I tend my people. I learn and teach. Each day you take one small step along the line. When time feels short, the line keeps the hour from floating away. Grief teaches in a hard language. A loved one dies and life feels insultingly short. Yet grief sharpens sight. You see how the last text mattered, how the last visit didn't need a grand gesture. Presence was the point. The lesson is not to stage every moment, but to show up, something scarcity can't take once you give it. The Stoics practiced memento mori, remember you will die, not to darken the day but to clear it. They paired it with premeditatio malorum, imagine loss, so you can hold what's here with open hands. It keeps values near the surface, so that when the hour is thin you still know where to stand. Work offers another angle. If life is short, should you skip effort for pleasure? That's a false split. Good work isn't the opposite of joy. A craft ties skill to service. A nurse, a carpenter, a coder, each builds something beyond the day. The aim isn't legacy, but turning hours into invested time. Legacy can trap you when it pulls you out of the scene. You can spend life drafting statues in your head, or you can plant small real things, a decent habit, a fixed hinge, a child read to, a street tree watered, a practice shared. These don't fix mortality. They fold your hours into other lives. Anxiety about shortness often comes from comparison. You see must-do before 30 lists, feeds edited to highlights, and import their clocks into your chest. Your heart races. The fix is to lower the scope until you can act. Close the app. Make soup, sweep a floor, write a note, call one person. The hour fills with something you can feel. You can name last times without freezing. The last time you carry your child upstairs, the last time your dog jumps into the car. You don't have to know it's the last. To give this time the care you would give a last time. The memory you carry forward will be built from that care. The peak end rule says we remember peaks and endings. You can make small peaks without staging. End a day with a light off, a thank you, a page read. Against the age of the stars, your life feels small. Against the face in front of you, it feels the right size. Scale is a choice. Cosmic scale can humble or paralyze. Human scale brings agency. You can act, care, help here. Shortness doesn't erase this field, it sharpens it. Rituals hold the middle between precious and pointless. Morning coffee in a real cup, a walk at dusk, a song before bed, a weekly call. They don't need reasons outside themselves. They anchor attention without effort and give the day a frame, the way a picture frame gives an image an edge. You will forget the clock and remember it. On some days shortness will lift your eyes, on others it will press them down. You don't have to solve the puzzle. You can answer it by how you use this hour. Treating scarcity as a cue to choose, not to panic. Let the fact you won't live forever make this talk, this touch, this task enough to do well. You try to look at yourself, and you change as you look. You hear your own voice and it shifts. You feel your breath, and it slows. You watch your posture, and it straightens. The act of seeing brings a new actor on stage. There is the one who lives, and the one who watches the living. The watcher cannot be neutral. The watcher moves the scene. Picture a camera in a room. People chat with ease. Bring out the camera, and the talk changes. Faces turn. Jokes land with less spark. The camera did not edit the words. It only watched. Yet the watching shaped the words. Attention works like that inside you. When you place your mind on a thought, a mood, or a habit, the thing under the light will not stay the same. You can feel this in your body first. Walk across a room while you think about each step. The movement turns stiff. You moved control from habit loops to conscious control. In the brain, the basal ganglia hand off to the prefrontal cortex. Coaches call it choking. Researchers call it reinvestment. The same move that helps when you learn a skill can hurt when you perform it. The watcher helps you build the move. The watcher can also get in the way of the move. Now shift to mood. You wake with a knot in your chest. You name it. Fear. The name gives you a bit of space. You take 2 slow breaths. You text a friend. The state changes. This is metacognition, which means thinking about thinking. The feeling did not vanish. It became an object you can act on. The self that notes fear is not the same self that was fused with it. The act of seeing changed the feel of the thing seen. Consider a meeting. You stop talking and start taking notes. People notice. Their tone shifts. They sit up. The group you wanted to watch is no longer the same group. Your face and your pen became part of the data. A lab calls this the observer effect. A team calls it the Hawthorne effect. Either way, you are in the frame you want to study. Social media adds a layer. Before the lens, you sip a coffee and enjoy the light on the table. With the lens, you tilt the cup and frame the shot. You are both actor and director. The thought of an audience reshapes the scene. You build an image, and the image starts to build you. This is impression management. It is normal. It also means the you show the world reaches back and molds the you feel inside. Mindfulness makes the paradox clear. You sit and watch the breath. Thoughts rise. You label them planning, or memory, or fear. The act of noting loosens the grip of each one. The narrative self, the part that tells the story of me, gets quiet. The experiential self, the part that feels the breath and the foot on the floor, steps forward. Brain scans show the default mode network dim and task networks rise. The practice is to see without clinging, yet the seeing still changes the scene. When you stand up, you are not the same person who sat down. You did not fix yourself. You met yourself, and by meeting, altered the shape. Therapy uses the same lever. In cognitive behavioral therapy, you track thoughts and triggers. You spot distortions like mind reading or all or nothing thinking. You test them. The log changes the loop. Neural lines weaken or strengthen. Neurons that fire together, wire together, is the old line. The watcher fires with new moves, and the wiring follows. Quantified self-tools add a funny twist. You track sleep. You watch your score. You work to raise it. The attention can help you dim late screens and set a bedtime. The attention can also make you sleep worse because you try too hard. Some call this orthosomnia. Your heartbeat does the same trick. When you stare at the number jumps. The watcher sends a ripple through the body. It tries to calm. Art is a kind teacher of this paradox. A singer warms up, then stares at a single note and tightens. The voice pinches. A director says, "Aim your attention at the other actor." The song opens again. The fix is not to drop awareness. The fix is to aim it at the right thing. Too much self-monitoring can choke a fluid skill. Cue-based awareness can free it. Athletes use that split. A golfer who thinks about wrist angle in mid-swing will spray shots. A golfer who holds one simple cue, smooth tempo, lets the trained parts run. After the round, they review video with a coach. Reflection has a time, so does flow. You move the dial from monitor to perform and back. The dial never sits at zero. Memory adds a deep layer. Each time you recall a scene, you rewrite it a bit. This is reconsolidation. The story of you changes because you told it. A diary helps you see the change. It also shapes what you will recall next time. You do not see a fixed past when you look inside. You see the last version you saved, which you shaped the last time you looked. You try to see your blind spots. Others can help. The Johari window has a pane for the things others see that you do not. A coworker says, "You come off sharp. You thought you were clear." You can push back or ask for one small example. You change a phrase in your next note. The room softens. You learn to see a corner of yourself by letting another person set the light. Yet you also change the corner as you looked at it. Stereotype threat shows how seeing can harm. A student sits for a math test and is told the test maps group gaps. The cue triggers self-monitoring. Working memory shifts from the task to the worry. Scores drop. If you prime a different story, this test maps how practice helps. The same student frees up bandwidth and does better. How you see yourself in a frame changes what you can do in the frame. Rituals offer simple ways to hold awareness without breaking the thing you want to watch. A morning check helps. How is my breath? What is one thing I will do? Who is one person I will help? It is short. It keeps the watcher from flooding the field. A night check helps too. 3 lines on what you noticed, what you did, what you will try. The notes keep a gentle eye on the day. They do not turn the day into a lab where you poke each step. When feedback stings, the watcher can switch to defense. You argue, deflect, or shut down. A small script helps. If this is true, what is one change I can test next time? The test gives the watcher a job. You do not need to stare at the whole self. You take one move to the range, try it, and see. The body gives anchors for safe looking. If you feel tight, you lengthen the exhale. If your face clenches, you unclench the jaw and widen the gaze. If shoulders creep up, you let them drop. You do not narrate each move. You do it. The change in the body changes the mind that is watching the body. You use the loop in your favor. Writing is a good lab for the paradox. On a first draft, you write fast. If you stare at each line, you stall. On a second pass, you switch roles. You read like a kind editor. You cut, you swap verbs, you clear the fog. The work needs both selves. The trick is not to blend them at once. You give each one a turn. Faith and ritual use the watcher too. In prayer, you notice pride or fear. The act of naming alters your next step. You ask for repair, and go make it. The self that sees and the self that acts trade places. The same pattern shows in a moral inventory. You list harm you did. You make amends. The list is not the change. The list moves the change. Groups run on watchers. A team that reviews how a meeting went will shift how the next one runs. If the review turns into a glare, people freeze. If the review turns into one clear tweak, people try it. One change is a guardrail for the group watcher too. Mirrors can help and harm. If you lift weights in front of a mirror, you can fix form. If you stare at your shape, you can sap drive. The mirror you need is the one that shows the joint you are moving, not the one that drags you into self-judgment. The same rule holds for selfies. A photo can show a posture to fix. It can also trap you in a spiral of image. You choose which job you give the lens. Some parts of you will not show up under bright light. Kindness, courage and trust often show when you look at someone else's need, not your own traits. You find them when you act. You learn more from the trace your action leaves than from long scans of motive before you move. The scan has a place. The step has power. Try a small drill. Sit. Place both feet on the floor. Feel the weight. Name 5 sounds. Name 3 colors in the room. Ask, what is one next right thing? Do it. Then look back for 1 minute and write 2 lines about how it went. You looked, you moved. You looked again. You kept the watcher from stealing the whole stage. The paradox will not leave. The self who sees cannot stop shaping the self who is seen. You can learn to set the light, pick a lens, and decide when to put the camera down. You can build hours where you let the trained parts run. You can build hours where you review with care. You can ask others to hold a mirror with you, not against you. You can keep the watcher as a guide who points, not as a judge who pins. You open your eyes, and the world appears. You feel the weight of your body on the bed. You hear a sound and call it a bird. In that first minute, you have direct access to one thing only, your own experience. You have no window into anyone else's mind. Your partner turns in sleep. Your neighbor starts a car. You can see bodies move and hear words, but you cannot see what it is like to be them. That gap is the problem of other minds. You cannot prove that anyone else is conscious. Yet you walk to the kitchen and say, "Good morning." You expect a reply. You pour coffee, ask a question and feel relief when you hear a warm answer. Your day moves on the assumption that other people have inner lives like yours. You do not wait for proof, because strict proof is impossible. If you did, you would never act. A child falls and cries. You move to help, taking the cry as a sign of pain. You do not see the pain itself, only a face and a sound. A skeptic might say it could be reflex or trick, and you cannot rule that out with certainty. Still, you respond as if the child feels. Shared life depends on this assumption. Philosophers name the pieces. Other minds is the problem. Solipsism is the view that only your mind is certain. Zombies are thought experiment beings that act like us, but have no inner life. Theory of mind is the skill of reading beliefs and feelings in others. Inference to the best explanation is how we decide that your friend's wince means pain. All point to the same fact. You never get direct access to another's experience, only careful guesses. Now the second half of the claim. If no one else is conscious, neither are you. At first this seems wrong. You can feel pain now and know it. How could the status of others change that? The answer lies in how you learned the words and concepts to say, I am in pain. You learned pain from others. As a child you scraped a knee and an adult asked, does it hurt? You saw hurt, sad and glad used in public ways. People reacted to your cries. You reacted to theirs. The map between inner states and outer signs was built socially. Your private use of these words depends on that public map. Remove other minds, and you remove the standard that gives the words meaning. Your claim, I am conscious, becomes a sound without a stable rule for its use. This is the private language point. A language only one person could understand has no way to tie words to stable use. Without other minds there's no check, no training, no way to know if a term is used right. Words like red or pain gained grip through shared scenes. Without others, the grip loosens and your own reports lose footing. Bodies show asymmetry. Your brain is built on the same plan as other brains. It lights in the same networks for faces, names or heat. Sedatives and sleep have the same effects across people. Injuries in one area cause similar losses. To deny others have experience, you must claim your brain alone has a mind while identical brains are empty. This breaks the parity principle. Same causes, same effects. Keep parity, and the simplest inference is that minds are alike too. Selfhood also grows in shared soil. A baby smiles, an adult smiles back. A toddler points, an adult names the thing. The child learns to read others' wants and thoughts, then sees their own as thoughts. Self-knowledge and knowledge of others rise together. Without other minds, the eye does not form the same way. Medical cases show how we rely on shared signs. A person under anesthesia lies still. Monitors and dosage suggest they feel nothing. A coma shows brainwave patterns. Families ask what they mean. A locked-in patient blinks in code to speak. None of this is direct access. It's reliable links between body, behavior, and probable experience. Your own reports took shape in that shared field. Remove the field and your reports lose their grounding. Consider the zombie world. Everyone acts like us, but has no inner light. They talk of sunsets, write poems, pull from flame, but inside it's dark. If nothing differs in any test, could it be our world? If consciousness makes no difference, your own claim to feel makes none either. It becomes an idle wheel. If consciousness is real, and part of what produces words about pain, then the same applies to others, and the zombie world is not ours. You might say people only act as if they feel, but as if compared to what? The only pattern you know from inside is your own. You see your hurt face in a mirror. See others make the same face in the same scenes. Reach for comfort. Sigh in relief. Projection works well enough to build trust, care and warning. It's not proof, but it's the ground we walk on. Neuroscience supports the pattern. Mirror neurons fire when you act and when you see someone act. Pain networks light when you hurt, and when you see a loved one hurt. Placebo effects depend on shared beliefs. Culture shapes brain tissue, and brain tissue shapes culture. The loop assumes minds on both sides. You could claim it's one real mind among shells, but no evidence supports that split while much runs against it. Ethics depends on shared minds. You blame someone for harm because you take them to know and choose. You thank someone because you take them to intend good. Rights rest on interests that feel like something from the inside. Remove minds from others, and these foundations break. Your own claim to rights wobbles, because the reason for your special status, the presence of experience, no longer sits in a shared frame. Language is both gap and bridge. You say ouch to warn, I know to guide, sorry to repair bonds please, and thank you to move in a web of expectations. These words work because they aim at minds that understand and feel. Remove those minds and the web breaks. Your own identity as a conscious speaker falls with it. In a kitchen scene you cut your hand and say that hurts. Your partner hands you a bandage. If they were not conscious they could still do this, but not for the reason that ties your words to their act. The reason that matters is the one that passes through an inner link. You felt pain, they grasped it, they cared, they acted. That link is what you mean when you say you live among persons, not objects. In play you tell a joke and a friend gets it. You share a laugh that rule following alone can't force. A perfect actor without inner spark could mimic the sound, but the reason you seek friends is the spark itself. Deny it in them, and you drain it from yourself. Edge cases test the frame. A person with severe dementia may forget names and fall silent, yet you look in their eyes, hold their hand and see a flicker at an old song. You treat them as present because you grant a mind even when signs fade. That grant keeps the standard for a person like me, broad enough to hold you when you cannot speak. You cannot prove anyone else is conscious as you prove a sum in math. But you have reasons beyond habit, shared bodies, brains and lives in similar scenes. You learned words for your inner life from people who used them with you. You became a self among other selves. Remove them, and you tear up the ground beneath your own feet. The concept I am conscious loses its anchor. The status you claim for your mind lacks a reason that does not also apply to others. So you keep walking the shared ground. You infer minds from faces and voices. You act as if care to lands on a real target. You listen as if words rise from a real center. Not from blind faith, but from the only frame that lets your own I mean what you want it to mean. You start with a picture in your mind of a complete life. It might be money in the bank, work you enjoy, a partner who understands you, a home in the right place. You move toward the picture, like it is a finish line. You set goals, make plans, and measure progress. But the more you chase it, the more it moves. You tick off one goal and feel a lift for a few hours or a few days. Then you feel the gap again. The finish line slides forward. Fulfillment stays one step ahead. This is not a failure of effort. It is a loop built into how the mind works. To feel fulfilled, you must compare what you have to what you expect. The act of seeking raises the expectation. Each time you get close, you redraw the line. This keeps the drive alive, but makes rest impossible. If you keep your eyes on fulfillment itself, you are always measuring and always finding the gap. A person training for a marathon thinks the medal will do it. Months of early runs and sore muscles lead to race day. They cross the line and feel the high. A week later, the medal is on a shelf. They look at the next distance or a faster time. The act of aiming at fulfillment keeps the mind in a future where it does not yet have what it wants. The present becomes a waiting room. The same thing happens with money. You think a certain salary will settle the question. You get there. Expenses rise. Your circle changes. You see what others have, and the line moves again. The measure that was meant to bring peace now fuels the chase. You can call it hedonic adaptation. You can call it moving the goalposts. Either way, the pattern is the same. Pursuit replaces arrival. Even relationships can turn into this loop. You want a partner to make you feel whole. You meet someone, and for a while the world is full. Then daily life returns. You look for signs that the feeling is as strong as before. You ask for reassurance. You start to measure the connection instead of living in it. The focus on fulfillment starts to drain the thing you were trying to fill. You can see the same law in small daily acts. You sit down to read because you want to feel calm. You check if you are calm yet. You are not, so you read faster or pick another book. The act of checking keeps you out of calm. A musician who plays for joy starts to wonder if the joy is there. The thought of joy pushes it away. Joy works best when it is not under a lens. The strange part is that fulfillment tends to show up when you are not looking for it. You are absorbed in work, and hours pass without notice. You help a friend and forget to check your own mood. You walk and the air feels good without reason. These moments share one trait. The attention is on the thing itself, not on what it will give you. Fulfillment comes as a byproduct, not as the main prize. Psychology has a name for this flow. It is the state where skill meets challenge, and the self fades into the act. You are not thinking about whether you are fulfilled. You are just there. When you come back, you may notice that you feel whole. The state was not built by seeking wholeness. It was built by doing the work for its own sake. Mindfulness practices use a similar move. You pay attention to the breath, the sound or the step. You let thoughts about gain or loss drift by. If you notice you are looking for a certain feeling, you note it and return to the act. The practice trains the mind to rest in what is, not in what might be. Fulfillment sometimes arrives in that rest, but not because it was forced to. The idea shows up in older wisdom too. Philosophies that teach detachment often warn against clinging to states of mind. They point out that wanting peace is still a form of wanting. The mind that wants is the same mind that feels lack. If you hold the want, the lack stays. The release comes not from pushing harder, but from setting the want down. Then the space that was taken by striving can hold something else. You can test this in a small way. Pick a hobby and do it without tracking progress or reward. If you cook, make a meal without posting a photo. If you run, leave the watch at home. If you garden, do not measure the yield. Notice what happens to the sense of time and the sense of self. Often the mind loosens, the act becomes its own end. That is the ground where fulfillment can grow without being chased. Work can shift in the same way. A person who starts a project to get a promotion may burn out under the weight of that aim. If they shift the focus to solving the problem for its own sake, the energy changes. The work may still lead to the promotion, but the daily act no longer depends on that result. The satisfaction is in the doing, which is under their control, not in the outcome, which is not. This does not mean you drop all goals. It means you hold them lightly. You walk toward them, but you do not make your state of mind hostage to their arrival. You can still want to run a marathon, earn a degree, or build a home. You just keep your eyes on the step in front of you. If fulfillment comes, it comes as a shadow that follows the movement, not as a prize you have to grab. There is a trap in hearing this. You may think, if I stop trying to be fulfilled, I will get fulfilled, so I will stop trying to get it. But that is still a form of trying. The mind can turn even the act of letting go into a tool for gain. This is where the shift is hardest. You do not let go so that you will get. You let go because the holding is heavy. One way to see it is with sleep. You cannot force yourself to sleep. You can make the room dark, lie down, slow your breath. But if you keep asking, "Am I asleep yet?" you stay awake. Sleep comes when you stop trying to make it come. Fulfillment works on a similar rhythm. You make the space, but you do not command the arrival. In grief, you see the opposite. You may want to feel whole again. You work at it. You fill your days, then in a quiet moment, you notice that for a short time you did not feel the weight. It happened while you were not measuring. The loss is still there, but for that moment, you were more than the loss. Fulfillment is not constant, and it does not need to be. It passes through when the door is not blocked by the need to have it. Even in ambition, the same rule holds. You can train hard for a prize, but if every day you measure your worth by the distance to the prize, you carry a weight that makes the work harder. If you keep the focus on the craft, the weight is lighter. The strange thing is that people who work this way often reach their goals more than those who strain after the feeling of arrival. You can see the same in friendship. If you demand constant proof that the bond is strong, you weaken it. If you live the bond, share time, listen, act, the proof builds itself. Fulfillment in friendship is not in the check, but in the shared life. You can only see it when you are not staring at it. The mind wants to secure good states and keep them. That is natural. But some states, like fulfillment, resist that kind of grip. They come when you are open, not when you are tight around them. The act of chasing them signals to yourself that you do not have them. That signal is the void. To close it, you have to stop sending it. That means turning to what you are doing now, without the constant glance toward what it will give you. The paradox is simple but hard. The door to fulfillment opens when you stop trying to push it open. You stand at the edge of a question that seems to have no floor. Every beginning needs something before it. Seeds come from plants. Books come from authors. Fires come from sparks. If everything starts from something, when did existence start? If you say at the first moment, you still want to know what stood behind that moment and made it happen. The mind reaches back, link by link, and never finds a last link that can hold the chain. Start by being clear about the words. A beginning is a change that has a before and an after. A cause is something that brings about that change. The idea works well for rain, clocks, and engines. It fits less well when you push it to the edge of time. Before the beginning may not even be a position that time can offer. One path says there was no first link. That is the infinite regress. Each event has a prior event, and the chain has no start. Picture a line of dominoes that stretches without end to the left. Push any tile, and you can point to the tile that pushed it. There is no first tile, yet each fall has a cause. Math shows sets like this without trouble. The integers do not have a smallest negative number. You can always go one step farther left. The cost is that you never reach a final base. Some find this fine. Others feel the need for a floor, not an endless stair. Another path says there is a first cause that is not itself caused. Call it a necessary being, a necessary fact, or a ground. Necessary here means it does not depend on anything else to be what it is. Contingent things lean on other things. A lamp needs a socket. The socket needs a grid. The grid needs a plant, and so on. The stack wants something that does not lean. Think of a table of books. If the table sits on more books and those on more books, the picture feels unstable. You want a ground that is not another book. The appeal of a first cause comes from that need for support. A third path says the question is wrong once you talk about the beginning of time. If time has a first moment, there is no before for a cause to live in. Asking what caused time is like asking what lies north of the North Pole. You can move in any direction from that point except north. Think of a film strip. Frame 1 does not have a prior frame inside that film. The rule that every effect has a prior cause may be a rule that belongs inside time, not outside it. If the first moment is where the rules of causation start, there is no place to stand to apply them earlier. Cosmology offers models that echo these paths. The hot Big Bang is a boundary when you run current physics back. If you ask what came before, the math points to a place where the usual clocks fail. Some models propose a bounce, a prior contracting phase that turned into expansion. Others propose a cyclic universe with endless eons, each seeding the next. A loop has no first lap. It holds together because each part feeds the rest. Stories play with this shape. A person goes back in time and hands a notebook to their younger self. The book has no outside origin in the loop. It exists because the loop exists. Quantum theory adds a twist. Some events do not have a firm trigger in the old sense. A nucleus decays with a rate, but not with a set time handed out by a hidden clock. The law is probabilistic. You still have explanation by a rule that sets chances rather than a push that sets a date. If the base layer looks like this, the demand that everything must have a cause may be too strong. Then the edge question changes shape. You might need a rule, not a push, to say why there is a first instant. The rule would be the reason without being a cause. We slip here into a split between cause and reason. A cause happens in time and makes an effect later. A reason can be a rule or structure that makes a thing the way it is without pushing it through time. The rules of chess do not have a cause inside a match. They explain each move by setting what counts as legal. If the universe begins with laws and constants, those may count as reasons, not as causes. The question what caused the beginning then becomes what explains the frame that makes beginnings possible. You can try a software image. A game boots at tick 0. Inside the game, every change has a prior state that led to it. But the start state and the rules do not have a cause inside the game. They belong to the code. If the game were the whole of what players could see, they could map causes within ticks and never find a cause of tick 0. They could only infer that a set of rules makes the world hang together. Some thinkers say the whole is necessary in itself. The old word is aseity. It means from itself. A number system is like this. The set of even numbers needs no outside cause to be what it is. If the world as a whole is necessary in that way, the idea of a first cause becomes the idea of an identity. The ground is the world, not a push that stands apart. That thought is abstract. Its plain core is that you may need a different kind of answer when you ask about the whole, not a part. There is also the block view of time. On this view, past, present and future all exist in a four-dimensional block. Causes are relations inside the block. They do not flow in the deep sense, though they look like they do from our seat in the present. A beginning is then a boundary in the block, not a coming to be from nothing. Asking when did it begin is like asking where does the map start when you look at a globe. The start is a line you draw for use, not a crack in being. You can test your intuitions with small scenes. Picture a long rope hanging from the sky. You grab it and ask what it hangs from. If you never find a hook, you face a choice. Either it hangs from nothing and will fall, or the rope is part of the frame. If it is part of the frame, your demand for a hook fades because you were touching the support all along. Or picture a piano roll that loops. Each note triggers the next, and the end feeds the start. The song plays with order, but there is no first key. The idea of nothing complicates the edge. Everyday speech uses nothing to mean no objects in the box. Physics uses vacuum to mean no particles here, yet fields and laws remain. A deeper nothing would mean no space, no time, no laws. The tools we use to describe that fail, because they live inside the world. You can say from nothing, nothing comes as a rule of thumb. But if the world's deepest rule is that certain patterns occur with certain chances, you may not need a push from nothing to get a first moment. You would need the rule and the space of possibilities it defines. Then the question moves up one level: why that rule and that space? At some point the why can land on a brute fact, something that has no deeper reason. Math uses axioms like that. They are the ground for the rest inside the system. You can also take the local path. Many beginnings do not start the whole show. You begin a craft, a family, a city. Each rests on what came before without ending the chain for all things. The world is full of local starts. They give you a feel for how beginnings work without making you solve the edge case. A river has headwaters you can point to even if the rain cycle that feeds them has no first drop. Our sense of justice likes a ground. We want to know why there is a world to host harms and goods at all. A first cause offers a clean hook. An infinite past offers a different sort of ease. No edge to explain. A loop offers closure without a start. A rule-based start offers a reason without a prior time. A brute fact stops the search with a mark that says base. A necessary whole swaps push for identity. A block swaps flow for layout. Each option trades one kind of rest for another kind of work. You can see how each shapes behavior. If you think time loops, you may feel called to keep the cycle clean. If you think the whole is necessary, you may look for harmony rather than origin stories. If you think there is a first cause that chose this world, you may ask what that choice asks of you. If you think the start sits in a rule, you may put weight on finding simple laws and building from there. If you think the chain has no first link, you may accept depth without ground, and aim your effort at mapping the part you stand on. There is a practical edge to the question too. Causes inside time help you act. If the pipe leaks, you look for the joint, not the birth of the cosmos. The tool that serves you here may not scale to the whole. When we drag the habit of every event has a prior event to the border of time, the habit breaks. A good tool can fail on a new job and still be the right tool for the jobs it was made for. The fix is not to throw the tool away, but to learn where it works and where you need a different frame. Think about clocks. A clock in your hand started when someone wound it. The time on it points to a larger frame, time itself that the clock does not create. If you push past the clock to time, you switch questions. You now ask what time is, not what started this tick. The switch from causes to reasons sits there. Causes give you the short story of changes, reasons give you the long story of structures. You can end with a thought experiment that puts both in play. A lab builds a perfect simulator. Inside it, a world has rules, particles and minds. The world has a clock with a tick 0. The beings inside can map causes in their physics. They cannot find a cause of tick 0 within their world. They can infer that a rule and a state explain their history. They can debate whether a being outside chose those. To them the beginning comes in two parts, a temporal start that belongs to their physics, and a structural ground that does not sit inside their time. If you live in a world like that, your question branches the same way. You ask when the clock starts, and you ask what makes a clock at all. You wake up and make choices all day. What to eat, where to go, what to say. It feels like you stand at a crossroads each time, with the power to go left or right. But when you trace the path to that moment, you find it is lined with your past. The food you crave comes from what you grew up eating. The places you like come from habits and memories. The tone in your voice comes from years of learning how people reacted to you. If all these forces are in place before you choose, are you choosing, or are you following a script written long ago? Start with the idea of influence. Your past builds the frame you stand in. Language is a clear example. The words you use to think are the ones you learned from parents, teachers, and books. You cannot form a sentence without drawing on that library. This does not mean you have no choice in what you say, but it means every sentence is shaped by a system you did not pick. The same is true for values. If you think kindness is important, it is likely because people in your past praised kindness or punished cruelty. If you think success matters, you probably learned that from watching who got respect and reward. You can revise these values, but even the urge to revise comes from somewhere in your history. The idea that you should be your own person is itself something you picked up from others. Memory plays a part that is easy to miss. Every time you face a choice, your mind searches for similar moments from before. If you think about taking a risk, your brain recalls the last time you tried something new and what happened. If it ended well, you lean toward yes. If it ended badly, you lean toward no. The weighing process feels like free choice, but it is built from stored results. Your past is not just a shadow in the room, it is the furniture you sit on while you decide. Some examples make this concrete. Imagine a person who grew up in a family that moved every few years. Change feels normal to them. When offered a new job in a distant city, they accept without much hesitation. Another person grew up in one town, close to relatives. The same offer makes them pause. Not because they have thought it through more deeply, but because the move runs against a deep sense of stability. The decision rests on years of prior shaping. This raises the question of whether free will means freedom from the past. If freedom means no influence, the answer may be no. Your brain is a record of what you have lived. It changes with every experience. To erase the past would be to erase the structure you use to make any choice at all. Without memory, Without learned preferences, you would be closer to a coin toss than to a free agent. Some argue that true freedom does not mean cutting the link to the past, but owning it. You cannot choose the cards you are dealt, but you can learn the game and play it with skill. A musician does not pick the notes that exist, but they can arrange them in ways no one has before. This view says you are free when you can reflect on your influences and decide whether to follow them or push against them. But even that act of reflection depends on tools, critical thinking, self-awareness that you learned somewhere. Neuroscience adds another angle. Studies show that brain activity linked to a decision can be detected before you are aware of making the choice. A machine can sometimes predict whether you will press a left or right button seconds before you consciously know. This does not mean the decision is an illusion, but it means the process starts earlier and deeper than the moment you feel it. Your conscious mind may be more like the narrator of the choice than its originator. That still leaves room for complexity. Your brain is not a fixed machine running a simple program. It is shaped by the past, but it is also plastic. It changes as you act. A single decision can start a new pattern. If you are shy and choose to speak up in a meeting, that act becomes part of your record. Next time, the past you draw on will include the memory of speaking up. In this way, each choice both comes from and changes the self that makes it. You can see this in habits. A person who runs every morning did not start that way. The first runs were shaped by earlier influences, wanting better health, following a friend's advice. But once the habit forms, it becomes part of their past that shapes future mornings. The past is not static. It is updated with each loop through the present. Culture magnifies the effect. The choices available to you are limited by what your society provides. If you live in a place without public transport, the choice to take the bus does not exist. If your community frowns on certain careers, the path to them is blocked or hidden. Freedom feels larger when you have more options, but the range itself is part of your inherited world. There is also the role of chance. Random events, accidents, meetings, news can shift your path. Yet even here, your response is shaped by prior structure. Two people hear the same news. One sees opportunity, the other sees threat. The difference comes from past experience. Chance can open a door, but the past decides whether you walk through. Some people try to test their freedom by acting against habit. If you always turn right on your walk, you force yourself to turn left. This may feel like proof of choice, but the very urge to break habit is itself shaped by values you have learned. Curiosity, independence, resistance to routine. Even rebellion carries the fingerprints of what it resists. The question becomes sharper when you think about moral responsibility. If your decisions are shaped by your past, and your past was shaped by factors outside your control, genes, upbringing, culture, how much credit or blame do you deserve? Laws and ethics often assume that you could have done otherwise, but could you? In the moment of choice, with your exact history and current state, would you really have picked a different path? One way to soften the problem is to see choice as a layered process. The surface layer is the immediate decision, what to say, where to go. Underneath are deeper layers of habit, memory, and value that steer the surface. Freedom may live in the fact that the surface can over time reshape the deeper layers. You can start small, change one response, and watch the base shift. This is slow work, but it means the past is not a permanent cage. A thought experiment makes this vivid. Imagine you wake up with no memory, but all your skills intact. You can talk, walk, and work, but you do not know your own name or history. You start making choices. Soon a new past begins to form. Yesterday you ate here. Yesterday you trusted that person. Within weeks your new self will be making choices shaped by this new past. Influence builds fast, and the loop of past and choice closes again. Even in small acts the loop is clear. You taste a new food. If you like it, you are more likely to order it again. That simple choice builds a preference, which shapes future menus. A future free choice is already being scripted by the first taste. Over time, your life is full of these feedback loops. The sense of freedom may come from the fact that in each moment you can imagine doing something else. You stand in the kitchen and think you could make tea or coffee. You choose tea. The coffee remains a ghost option, and the gap between what you did and what you could have done feels like free will. But the lean toward tea comes from a chain of mourning stretching back years. The ghost was never as likely as it felt. Your decisions are not made in a vacuum. They grow from soil made of memory, habit, culture, chance, and biology. You can till the soil, plant new seeds, and choose which plants to water, but the garden's shape will always show signs of the ground it started in. The freedom you have is not freedom from the past. It is freedom to work with the past, knowing that every move you make today becomes the material you will stand on tomorrow. When you ask, "What is the meaning of meaning?" you step into a loop where the question and the answer are built from the same material. Meaning is the link between a sign and what it points to. But here the sign is meaning itself. You are trying to define a word using the very idea the word expresses. It is like looking at your own eyes without a mirror. You are using the thing to inspect itself. In everyday life, meaning is simple. A stop sign means stop. A raised eyebrow might mean surprise. The meaning is the relationship between the sign and the thing it refers to. But when you ask what meaning itself means, you are not looking for an example. You are asking about the ground under all examples. You want to know what kind of thing meaning is, before you can decide what it means for something to have it. Language is an easy place to start because it gives meaning a visible structure. In a dictionary, each word's meaning is explained with other words. Tree might be defined as a perennial plant with a woody stem. Each of those words, perennial plant, woody, has its own definition that uses still more words. There is no single word at the bottom that does not need more explanation. The whole web holds together because the words link to each other in ways we can use. Meaning here is about how terms point to other terms, and how those chains connect to things in the world. This leads to one answer. Meaning is a mapping between symbols and the things they represent. A word, a gesture, or a picture is the symbol. The object, idea, or feeling it points to is the referent. But this is only part of the picture. The mapping is only useful because we can recognize and use it. If you do not know the code, the symbols do not mean anything to you. An inscription in an unknown language looks like marks without content. The meaning is not in the marks alone, but in the shared system that makes them point to something. Philosophy stretches the question further. Some thinkers define meaning as the role something plays in a system. In logic, a statement's meaning is its truth conditions, the circumstances under which it would be true. In this view, it is raining means that water is falling from the sky. But the truth conditions only make sense inside a framework where we already know what water and sky and falling are. You are still leaning on a background of meanings to explain meaning. This self-reliance of the concept is what makes the question slippery. To explain meaning, you need to use meaning. That makes the explanation self-referential. The same problem shows up in mathematics. You can define terms by reference to others, but at some point you need axioms, basic statements you accept without proof. In the study of meaning, those axioms are the primitive acts of understanding that you cannot break down further. You just know them, and they are the tools you use to build the rest. An example makes this clear. Imagine a child learning the word dog. At first, the sound dog means nothing. Then someone points to a furry animal and says dog. The child sees the link between the sound and the animal. Over time they refine the meaning. Dogs bark, have 4 legs, come in many shapes. But to even start, the child must already understand that sounds can point to things. That background understanding is meaning in its most basic form. You cannot teach it with more words, because you would still be using the thing you are trying to explain. In this sense, meaning may not be something you define from scratch. It might be something you are already equipped to use. The way you are equipped to see color. You can analyze it, name it, and describe how it works, but you cannot step outside it to see what it really is without using it. This is the same problem you face when trying to explain consciousness while being conscious. The tool and the object are the same. Meaning is not limited to language. A footprint in the sand means someone walked there. The connection does not depend on words. It depends on a mind that can see cause and effect. Smoke means fire because fire produces smoke. These are signs in nature. Animals use them without formal language. A deer smells a predator and knows danger is near. This meaning lives in survival, not in grammar. But when you turn the lens back on meaning itself, you face a harder puzzle. You can trace how signs point to things, but when you ask what it means for a sign to point to something at all, you leave the world of examples and look for the structure behind them. Is meaning just a mental link between perception and concept, or is it a real relation that exists outside the mind? Suppose two people see the same cloud. One thinks it means rain is coming. The other thinks it means nothing at all. The cloud has the same physical shape for both, but the meaning changes depending on the interpreter. That suggests meaning is not in the object alone, but in the relationship between the object and a mind that interprets it. Yet if no mind were present, the cloud would still be part of a causal chain that might produce rain. The difference between cause and meaning becomes important here. Causes happen whether or not anyone notices them. Meaning happens when a mind connects a cause or state to something else it understands. This raises the question of whether meaning exists without interpreters. A book sitting in an empty room contains symbols on pages. Does it have meaning if no one reads it? In one sense, yes. The patterns on the pages still have the potential to be read. In another sense, no. Until someone reads it, the meaning is inert. Meaning might be less like a substance that objects hold and more like a bridge built in the act of interpretation. When you ask what is the meaning of meaning, you are asking about the blueprint for that bridge. What is the basic form of the connection between symbol and referent, or cause and interpretation? Some say it is reference, the act of pointing from one thing to another. Others say it is use, the way a symbol functions in a system of actions. Both still assume we know what it means to point or to use, which shows how quickly the loop closes. You can make the loop visible with a thought experiment. Imagine you meet a being with no shared language, no shared senses, and no shared experience. How would you give them the concept of meaning? You might point to an object, make a sound, and repeat the pairing. But if they have no idea that one thing can stand for another, the act will fail. You would need to teach the meta-idea that symbols can point, which is itself the concept of meaning. You are back to the start. In the end, the question forces you to notice that meaning is both the tool and the object in the search. You can explore how it works, trace its uses, and map its forms, but you cannot dig beneath it without using it to dig. The search is not empty. It can reveal the many layers where meaning operates, but it may never reach a final outside definition. That may be because meaning is not just something we discover in the world, but something we bring to it in order to make the world intelligible at all. When you look in the mirror and say, "That's me," it feels like a statement about something personal and unique. But how much of what you call you comes from your own invention, and how much is borrowed from others? From the moment you are born, you inherit more than just your genes. You inherit a language, a set of customs, ideas about right and wrong, and ways of reacting to the world. These are passed to you before you are even aware you could choose otherwise. Language is the most obvious example. The words you think with are not your creation. You learned them from parents, teachers, friends, and books. Without them, you could not shape a thought in the form you use now. The way you express love, anger, or fear is filtered through that inherited vocabulary. Even the ideas you consider original are often rearrangements of concepts you received from someone else. You might have new combinations, but the building blocks were already in place. Values work the same way. If you believe in honesty, fairness, or loyalty, it is likely because these were modeled for you or praised in your early life. If you believe in competition and achievement, you probably grew up in an environment that rewarded them. You can change your values as you grow, but the starting point is set by the people around you. Even rebellion is shaped by what you rebel against. If your parents were strict, your freedom-loving self is still a reaction to their strictness. Personality traits are also influenced by others, more than we like to admit. You might think your humor is purely yours, but it likely carries echoes of comedians you watched, family members you admired, or friends whose laughter you wanted. Your way of listening or interrupting, your style of telling a story, even your hand gestures can be traced to people you spent time with. Over years you may not notice where the pieces came from, because they have fused into what you call me. Culture is a vast layer of inheritance. If you grew up in a place that values punctuality, you might see lateness as rude. In another culture, arriving late might be normal, or even polite. The meaning you attach to the same act depends on the shared rules you absorbed without conscious choice. Music you enjoy, food you crave, and clothing you feel comfortable in are shaped by the culture that presented them to you as normal. The same self, born in a different place or time, would likely carry a different set of preferences and instincts. Think about beliefs about the world, the shape of the earth, the structure of society, the existence of laws. All of these are taught. You do not personally verify every fact you hold. You trust the chain of authority and experience that handed them to you. If you believe in democracy, science, or religion, you probably started with someone showing you those systems and explaining why they matter. Later you might question them, but the questions themselves grow from the original material you were given. Even your sense of self, this inner narrator who says, I, is influenced by others. As a child, you hear your name and learn to associate it with your body and actions. You hear descriptions like smart, quiet, stubborn, or funny, and these labels help form your identity. Sometimes they limit you, sometimes they inspire you, but in both cases they come from the outside. Over time you may internalize them so completely that you no longer notice their source. Consider how you react in social situations. If someone compliments you, the way you respond is learned. You may deflect, accept, or joke, whichever style fits the norms you absorbed. The same goes for conflict. Some people raise their voices because that was the model they saw. Others withdraw because they learned that confrontation leads to trouble. These habits feel natural, but they are shaped by earlier examples and reinforced by repetition. The influence is not just from family or friends. Media adds layer after layer to your inherited self. Movies, music, books, and news shape your sense of beauty, danger, and possibility. A teenager who watches action films may imagine bravery in one way. Who reads history may see it differently. The images and stories you consume create reference points you carry into real life. There is also the influence of historical moment. A person born during a war learns to see resources as scarce. A person born in a time of peace may see abundance as normal. Economic conditions, political climate, and technology shape what choices you believe you have. These are not things you choose for yourself. They are the stage on which your life plays out. While thought experiment can make this sharper. Imagine you were switched at birth and raised by a family in a different country, speaking a different language, practicing different customs, holding different beliefs. You would still have your genetic traits, but your mannerisms, worldview, and even your dreams would be different. You would still call yourself me, but it would be a different me, built from another set of influences. This does not mean there is no personal core. You may have tendencies in temperament, more introverted or extroverted, more patient or quick to act, that have a biological base. But even these traits develop in interaction with the environment. A naturally quiet child may become talkative in a family that encourages expression. A naturally bold child may become cautious in a setting where boldness is punished. The self emerges from the meeting point of what you start with and what the world brings to you. When you make choices, those choices are also framed by your inherited self. The food you order, the career you pursue, the friends you make, they are filtered through the tastes, skills, and expectations shaped by years of influence. You can decide to change, but the desire to change and the methods you use will still come from the resources your past gave you. Even the idea of being independent is learned. You may strive to be your own person, but the very definition of independence you use probably came from someone else. You might measure it by financial freedom, self-reliance in daily tasks, or freedom of thought. Well, whichever you choose, the standard itself is part of the inheritance. Over time, the layers of influence become so intertwined that it is hard to separate what is yours from what is given. You can notice certain borrowed parts, phrases you picked up from a friend, a habit you took from a parent, but many are invisible. They feel like they have always been there because they were added before you could remember life without them. You can see this most clearly when you meet someone from a completely different background. They may react in ways that surprise you, hold beliefs that seem strange, or value things you never thought about. In those moments you see how your own reactions are not universal but part of a set you inherited. What feels natural to you is the result of a long line of others shaping your view. The you that exists now is a living composite. It contains genetic material, personal experiences, and the deep imprint of everyone and everything you have encountered. It is possible to reshape parts of it, but even the act of reshaping is done with tools you did not make alone. The influence of others is not just a background effect, it is part of the structure that lets you exist as the person you recognize. Who want to be happy? You set goals, make plans, and track progress. You read books, try hacks, and compare notes with friends. You picture the day when the feeling arrives and stays. The more you aim at it, the farther it seems. You reach for it again, and it slips. You can name this pattern now. The chase turns into the trap. Happiness fades when you keep checking for it. Think about sleep. You lie in bed and try to fall asleep. You ask, "Am I asleep yet?" The question wakes you. Happiness can act the same way. You ask, "Am I happy yet?" The check pulls you out of the moment that might hold it. The act of measuring shifts your attention to the gap. The gap grows. The brain adds fuel to this loop. The reward system fires when you expect a good thing, and then get it. This is reward prediction error. The spike happens at surprise, not at routine. Hedonic adaptation follows. New toys feel good, then the feeling drops back to baseline. The system protects you from overload. It also keeps you hungry. When you turn life into a chain of hits, you train the system to yawn. The dose goes up. The joy goes down. You can feel this in small scenes. You buy a new phone. Day 1 feels bright. Day 5 feels normal. You book a trip. The planning glows. The return home feels flat. None of this means you did it wrong. It means the system did its job. It found a new normal. The chase for more happy keeps shifting the bar. You never arrive because arrival erases itself. Anxiety sneaks in behind the chase. You say, "I must feel good, or else this day is a waste." That rule sets you up to fail. Mood swings land like bad grades. You fight sad or bored states with force. Psychology calls this experiential avoidance. You try to push out one feeling with another. The push backfires. The feeling you resist gains power. It takes more space. You end up thinking about feelings all day. That is not a recipe for joy. Now flip the stance. Think of times when happiness shows up uninvited. You help someone carry a box. You fix a hinge that squeaks. You hold a child's hand across the street. You forget to check your mood. The check is gone. The joy slips in around the act. It is not grand. It is clear. You did not make it happen by force. It arrived because your attention was on the task, not on your state. We have words for this. Flow is the state where skill meets challenge. The self gets quiet. Time moves without friction. You code, paint, plant, cook, or play. You are not hunting a feeling. You are doing the thing. Many people report feeling happy after flow. They did not chase it. It trailed the work like a shadow. You see the same pattern in service. A nurse sets a line and eases someone's fear. A baker opens at dawn and feeds a block. A neighbor checks on an elder. No one in these scenes stops to ask, is my joy at level 8? The meaning in the act creates room for joy to land. Purpose and care build a kind of floor. Joy can stand on that floor without you watching it. The mind's default mode can get in the way. When it idles, it drifts to rumination. It loops on what if only, and why me. Mortality, money, status and shame all take a turn. Happiness fades in that loop, not because life is bad, but because attention is trapped. Training attention helps. Mindfulness is one tool. You notice the breath, sounds or steps. You label thoughts as planning or worry, and return to the anchor. You do not chase calm. You make space. Calm often follows. Gratitude can help if you use it as attention training. You name 3 things you saw or felt today. Sun on a table, a call from a friend, clean sheets. You do not fake cheer. You point your beam at real details. You do not do it to be happy. You do it to see. The seeing can shift mood in time. The shift is a side effect, not a demand. Pleasure still matters. Food, music, sex and play belong in a good life. The trap is dosage and pace. When you cram treats into every hour, the system adapts and treats go dull. Contrast keeps them sweet. A fast from screens brings back the taste of a show. A walk before dessert sharpens dessert. Rest after effort feels like a gift. Rhythm beats binge. The body sits at the base of mood. Sleep, sunlight, movement and food do not guarantee happiness. They lower friction. They raise range. A rested brain handles stress better. A walk lifts attention out of the loop. Morning light resets clocks. Protein steadies energy. You do not do these to chase a high. You do them to remove sand from the gears. Joy then needs less force to turn. Relationships are the strongest lever. People who report steady well-being tend to invest in a few deep bonds. They show up for meals, walks, chores, and rites of passage. They ask more questions than they answer. They keep promises. They repair after a fight. None of this feels like a hack. It is work. It also grows a field where joy can visit with little fanfare. Loneliness kills joy not only because you miss people, but because you lose the mirror that helps you see yourself as real and needed. The trap also thrives on comparison. You scroll and see curated smiles. You judge your raw footage by their highlight reel. Status anxiety blooms. The chase picks up speed. One move can break the loop. Pick a scope you can act on. Close the app. Text one real person. Make soup. Sweep a floor. Walk the dog. The act grounds you. Joy likes ground. Money has a role. Past a level that covers safety and options. More money buys less happiness per unit. The safety level varies by place. The shape of the curve does not. If you chase a number, your goal will creep. Lifestyle inflation eats gains. If you spend on time, shorter commute, help with chores, you often gain more well-being than if you spend on stuff. Time lets you point attention where it pays. Stuff trains the treadmill. Ambition can live outside the trap. You can stretch towards skill and impact without turning happiness into a KPI. Artists, founders, and athletes know this. If you hinge your mood on the result, you burn. If you hinge on the craft, you last. You set process goals you can control. You publish on dates, not when it feels done. The strange thing is that work done for its own sake often wins more than work done to feel a certain way. There is a paradox in language. The sentence "I am trying to be happy" carries a hidden leak. It says you lack what you want. The lack calls attention. The attention grows the lack. A small edit helps. I am building a life that fits. The new sentence aims at action you can do today. Fit does not depend on a mood score. Fit depends on choices you can name and repeat. Pain still comes. Grief, illness, loss, and fear visit every life. You do not fix them by caring less. You let them in and let them move through. Acceptance and commitment therapy calls this willingness. You make room for hard states while you act on values. You hold a hand, sign a form, take a nap, drink water, take a walk, call a doctor, tell the truth. Moments of relief come and go. Happiness as a constant target would fail here. Life as a set of cared-for acts can still work. Try a small field test. For a week, drop the aim of be happy. Pick 3 daily moves instead. Do one thing that builds a page written, a hinge fixed, a bill paid. Do one thing that bonds, a call, a note, a meal cooked with someone. Do one thing that delights, a song played, a stretch in sun, a peach eaten with full attention. Write the 3 lines at night. Do not rate your mood. After 7 days, read the lines. Most people feel lighter. The light came from acts that did not chase it. You can also practice open goals. Instead of I will feel happy at the party, try I will ask 5 people about their day. Instead of this vacation will change my life, try I will swim each morning and watch the sky at dusk. Open goals lower pressure. They give attention jobs. Happiness, if it shows up, comes as a guest, not as a hostage. There is a clean truth behind the trap.
Pause.
Wanting is not the enemy. Cleaning is. You can want good work, good food, love, ease, and play. You can move toward them. Trouble starts when you demand the feeling as payment for each step. Life does not pay like that. It pays at odd times, often when your hands are busy. When you stop billing the day for joy, joy finds its way to your door. So you keep your eyes on the practice and let the feeling come and go. You build routines that fit your values. You give care to people and places. You keep your tools sharp. You watch the sky change. You laugh at something small. You forget. Then you remember. The less you clutch the word happy, the more room you give for moments that match it. The chase slows. The trap opens. And the thing you wanted sits beside you while you are busy doing the next right thing. You picture the moment you reach the top, the last step, the last signature, the last win. You imagine the applause, the relief, the view from a place you have aimed at for years. This is the final goal, the end of the long climb. But the picture in your head hides the strange fact that when you get there, the goal no longer works in the way it once did. You have nothing left to aim for. What made the dream bright was the movement toward it, not just the thing itself. Many people find this out in smaller ways before they ever reach their ultimate aim. A student works for years to get into a certain university. They live for the acceptance letter. When it comes, the thrill lasts a few days. Then the new reality sets in. Classes to attend, deadlines to meet, the start of another climb. A runner trains for a marathon, crossing out months on a calendar. The finish line comes. The medal goes in a drawer. The next morning, the question is, now what? The human mind is built to work on open loops. Goals keep us moving because they create a gap between where we are and where we want to be. The gap pulls us forward. Psychologists call it the Zeigarnik effect. Unfinished tasks stick in the mind more than finished ones. The moment you close the loop, the pull disappears. Without something ahead, your energy has nowhere to land. You can feel adrift even while holding the thing you thought would complete you. The final goal paradox is clearest in careers. Athletes dream of championships, actors of awards, founders of buyouts. Reaching them brings money, recognition, and status. But it also brings the quiet of no more chase. Many retired champions describe a strange drop. The season of glory is followed by a season of loss, not of the prize but of the structure that chasing it gave to their days. Some find a new mission, others stall. The same skill that pushed them to the top, single focus, can leave them stranded when the target is gone. The problem is not just the end, it is also the fact that the goal changes when you touch it. From far away, the summit looks pure. From up close, you see the costs, the trade-offs, the cracks. A musician dreams of a platinum album. They get it, and along with it come tours, interviews, and legal fights they never pictured. The thing they thought would feel like a crown feels more like a package deal, and the feeling is mixed. The mind begins to look for a new horizon to restore the pull. There is a smaller version of this in everyday life. You clean out your inbox, and the sight of zero feels good. But within a day, the number climbs again. The inbox is a goal you can close and reopen endlessly. Big life goals don't reopen in the same way, so the drop can feel sharper. If your final aim was to pay off a debt, climb a peak, or finish a book, the moment after completion is an empty shelf where your daily focus used to sit. Some people try to dodge the paradox by setting layered goals when they reach one. Another is already in sight. This works to keep the engine running, but it changes the nature of a final goal. The horizon keeps moving. In this way, it's less about arriving anywhere and more about having a steady stream of places to head toward. The chase becomes the point, and the final arrival never comes. Others learn to treat the ultimate goal as a marker, not an end. They keep the structure it gave them, training, learning, showing up, and apply it to something new the moment they arrive. A climber who summits Everest may spend the next years teaching others, mapping new routes, or focusing on environmental work. The energy shifts direction rather than stopping. The paradox is sharper when the goal is tied to identity. If you see yourself as someone training for the Olympics, or someone writing their first novel, the day you no longer fit that title can feel like losing a piece of yourself. Without a clear next identity, you can feel like you've stepped off a stage without knowing what play you're in now. This is why some people prolong the journey, even when they could stop. The climb defines them. The summit, while beautiful, is quiet in a way they are not ready to face. All money goals show this pattern in a clear, measurable way. People set a number they believe will mean freedom. They save, invest, and sacrifice for decades. The day the account crosses the line, they expect a burst of joy. It comes and fades. Soon they realize that freedom is not the same as purpose. Without a reason to get up, the days stretch long. The financial goal removed one form of pressure, but did not fill the space it left behind. Even in relationships, the paradox plays out. Someone longs to find the one, believing that once they do, the search will be over and the rest of life will fall into place. The wedding or commitment day can feel like a final arrival, but marriage, like any deep bond, is not a static end state. It is a shift into ongoing work. Satisfaction in it comes from the ongoing building, not from having reached a finish line. The final goal paradox is not an argument against ambition. It is a reminder that the picture in your head is about more than the thing you're chasing. It's about the chase itself, the learning, the tension, the sense of not yet. Remove the not yet, and you remove the frame that gave each step its place. It helps to notice how you behave with small completions. Do you feel restless after finishing a project? Do you rush to fill the gap with something else? Or do you drift for a while, feeling less anchored? Both responses show how your mind works with closed loops. Multiply that feeling to the scale of a life's aim, and you can see why reaching it can shake you. The paradox also suggests that some of the meaning you attach to your ultimate goal is borrowed from imagining what life will be like after it. You project peace, pride, and security onto the moment. Or when the moment comes, you may get some of these, but they are rarely as constant as the picture promised. The gap between image and reality is the space where the drop lives. In a thought experiment, imagine you could press a button and have your biggest goal done instantly. All years of work, no slow climb, just the result in your hands. The button saves you effort, but it also robs you of the story that effort writes. Without the story, the object feels lighter than you expected. This is why sudden wealth, fame, or success can feel strangely thin. The result alone is not enough. The path was part of the point. The final goal paradox shows that the end of striving can feel less like a victory and more like a quiet room. The quiet can be welcome, but if you built your days around the sound of the chase, the silence may unsettle you. The best time to think about this is before you get there, not after. Knowing that the end changes the game lets you prepare for what comes next. That way, when you do reach it, you can see it for what it is, a moment in a longer story, not the end of it.